like spaces where we're healing and we're learning and we're growing, that's necessary. But when it comes to certain things, like we gotta like physically be outside doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like all I can say is I've given out seeds, I grow a garden, I show people the growth. Nigga, self-sustaining is a lifestyle that we all need to get back into, get back to nature. I've done my part and I'm continuing to do my part in that aspect. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple books out here. You know what I'm saying? So whatever I can do is what I'm doing. There's always more, right? But I think it's gonna come to a time where it takes a collective to do things, right? So when it comes to like getting your land back and all these things, now you know they're gonna hold niggas up in court and try to play all these games. But if we were to be able to literally come together as a nation of people under the context of actual freedom and justice and equality and all that shit, things will go a lot different. You know what I'm saying? I just know it.
It's happening
And we
right
have
now.
to,
Yep, it's happening right now in real time, and it's something that we didn't discuss. Right, the things that are happening right now, the awakening, the light, enlightenment. We didn't get together and decide to say, well, look, this is what we're gonna do. It just happened, right? We didn't wake up one morning and say, peace, God, peace, goddess, right? This is an awakening that's happening within each and every one of us that's progenitors here. This was inevitable, family. This is divinity that's taking place right now, right? Meaning ain't a damn thing nobody can do about it. Our cells are rejuvenating, and it's for the good. There's nothing going on this realm, on this planet, well, on this realm, family, that's happening against the original people, against the landowners. There's nothing that's happening. Everything is happening for you and not against you.
Now
exactly.
let me ask this real quick. If okay, so on the whole boots on the ground, on another level, kind of what we spoke about earlier with how words are in a sense inverted, right, into a different meaning to where now we don't even like the word master and all these other things, right? How do because they do this with a lot of things, almost like that's why I believe they created the whole ISREAL or whatever, RAAE or whatever over there to get us to eventually hate that term, and over time, right? And we'll never not want to return to being JEW or even not even return to it, but even think that they're horrible, right? So I'm just thinking, like, just for on some etymological phrases, how do we turn these phrases, these words, correct words, back into positive words into the minds of the people? You know, yeah. How, besides just normal education, like telling them, hey, these are the right words, what do you think is going to take for them to actually embody and really use those words correctly?
Speaking into existence. Like I said, we don't practice these things. It just happens, and that's divinity. Just like I can say NIGGA on here. I can say that, huh? Just like that word right there, right? We took that word and they so called demonize it. We snatched it back, give me my shit, and we turned it into a term of endearment.
Nah, but listen, so with that, that's something different. Now, when it comes to certain words that we use that have multiple meanings and the words are but when you acquiesce to these specific words, it does put you in a position of servitude. Now when it comes to those kind of terms, it's the same. We have to use the correct term and we have to use it and use it and use it until people catch on. You know what I'm saying? And
Give
be
me an
like, oh
example.
shit, it is what it is. Like,
Give me an example so we can be on the same page.
all right, so for example, if you're married, instead of calling your husband a husband and your wife a wife, why don't y'all need to call each other gods and goddesses, and then y'all need to be the master and mistress of your household. You know what I'm saying?
Now watch
And
this.
then
Don't we say "bae" right now? I sometimes I say "bae." I never said "wife," and it's crazy. My higher man never always knew, and I seen you teaching about that too, Rashaud. Shout out to that because everybody need to hear that this husband and wife thing. But I never called my significant other that. I never called her that. It's "bae." You know what I'm saying?
That's real, and y'all both kind of hit the nail on the head on what I was thinking, which is like with some of the other words, utilizing them over and over again, and excuse me, placing them into like pop culture, whether it be more music that could utilize these phrases, you just using in a phrase that gets popularized that eventually makes people want to even utilize the word within that phrase the right way, or utilizing it in like movies and films and stuff in the future. I know there's some off the other world shit, but it's almost like, yeah, it has to go through in a pop culture sense to make people really accept it. It's one thing to tell them, trying to make them accept it is another thing too.
Exactly.
So
But the
I
oh, go ahead, my fault.
I was add another context, right? Why he was right there. So words have meanings because when you talking about the J's, right? They don't never say they're J's. They say they're J-ish. The ish is an actual prefix. It redescribes what the J's are. So that's why they can reuse it just in a different context. So it's never in its original context. Just like it Israel, like what you're talking about, right? So they take two words and then they rearrange them to create a compound word. You know what I'm saying? But if you actually know the origination of the words, then you won't get trapped into the spell. You know what I'm saying? You follow what I'm saying, brother?
That's right.
I do.
I'm
So
with you. I'm with you.
like prime example, like it is actually represents the YT man. That's his expression. Ours is R and as. So if you look at what they did with the melanated woman, her expression is R, right? So you got is Ra, and Ra come from A-R-E, and they drop the E and they just turn it to R-A, Ra. You see, they just inverted. And then you L. The L actually is an actual animal principle. It stands for the elephant. So everything that follow the predates the is in the Ra, the elephant meaning it gathers it in mass. That means the mass will follow this ideology because that's what elephants are. They're mass, right? And they trample. You see what I'm saying? So everything that's in its way is going to trample it. That's why everything has L on it. So these are just principles.
Made me see a whole other perspective.
Yeah,
Without a
they
training,
use
I
these
just
principles.
seen a whole other perspective.
That's why when the lions come down and when we act as a pride as melanated people, because we are the pride. That's why we have so much pride. We are the pride. That's why they invert the pride to the rainbow. You see what I'm saying? Everything about us, they invert it and make it negative. But when we come together as the pride, what do lions do? They gather the herd. You know what I'm saying? They gather the flock. And we not present to gather the flock to rein them in, so they lead us astray or they trample us. I'll land.
Well, I'll be damned. Don't get quiet now, y'all. Everybody's thinking. Everybody's like, wait a minute. Nah, but that is it, right? And then like, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, right? Just the concept in itself about how we have the right to homeschool our people. You know what I'm saying? With our own languages, and we can't be obstructed by anybody. We had to, like, if we really want to make the change, we have to be self-sufficient, right? Because they've put us in a position where everything that we do puts us in the status of a wardship, servants and slaves. That's all this shit is: servants, slaves, wardship, and indentured servitude, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Every form of slavery that you can imagine. And the only way to break that spell and that cycle is to separate, create our own thing, and then we don't have to worry about like, oh, how we break people out of these word spells, because we can begin immediately teaching our youth the correct way to speak to each other. And then it only takes like a generation and a half to really get this shit all the way together. But if we're fighting against the system, but also sending our children to the system every single day and telling them, hey, listen to your teachers, you know what I'm saying? And then their teachers send them home with schoolwork that we don't even know the answers to. How many times does your child have to come home and ask you to help them with their homework, and you tell your child, oh shit, I don't know how to do this, or let me look it up real quick, before your child just realizes, you know what, I can't even depend on my parents for help. So my teacher becomes a supreme authority, right? And then next thing you know, your children don't look for you for nothing other than money and a ride to places. You feel me? And now they're getting indoctrinated to the fullest extent because you let them down, right? And we know what educate and we whoever was in the live earlier, we already looked up education. We looked up the Declaration of Independence, and then we looked up education, and we seen that something that they were complaining about is found within the concepts of the education system, which is despotism, right? Despotism is a supreme authority, right? Tyranny in a sense, right? And that's what we're dealing with. So how do you fight against supreme authority and tyranny? You separate yourself from it. You declare your independence from these things, and you nation build, and you become the sovereigns that you were meant to be. Because what did they do? They gave you civil rights as opposed to your God-given natural rights, and you acquiesce to these things, and now you find yourself subjected, right? A subject. It is what it is, man. The Bible told you, all of us, come out of her, my people. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to beat it, right? There's no way to beat the system in the system. Now, people will tell you all kind of different ways that you can, but they've never told you how to beat the system. They just told you how to play the game. And how long do you play the game until you become an agent of the state, right? Because if you ask any of these people that be like, yeah, you do this, you do that, you do this, I bet you when you really get to talking to them, they start to talk about everyday citizens like they're slaves, and like they're lower than them. Go talk to one of those people that'll sell you a freedom package and shit, and I bet you they talk about the average everyday person like they're a slave. They don't respect the average everyday person no more because they've learned how to play the systems game so much that they've become a part of the system even deeper than we are. But that's because they've found a way to love the system by tricking themselves into thinking they're getting over on the system by being a part of it.
On a lightweight version of what you're talking about, you see it happen in these rich communities where it's like they want to separate themselves from a tyrannical, in a sense, city government, and so they'll create a separate neighborhood area that they end up incorporating and making into getting them a board and all that other shit, whatever. And next thing you know, they call themselves Highland Park, but they are right inside of Dallas. You know what I'm saying? They full of a bunch of folks, and they got their own police officers and all this other stuff. Now that takes a lot of money and a lot of doing, but not. It's kind of similar. It's probably just kind of like you said, declaring your independence away from these folks. And once you've organized yourself, it's almost like, to a degree, they have to recognize you as long as you got certain things in play, I guess. But that's pretty. That's kind of what I'm getting.
Power is in numbers, right? And we can see that all over the cosmos, all over the universe. We got to get our numbers up. Just like Rashaud said, and Rashaud know I'm a supreme advocate for building our own nation, for creating or recreating our own brand. And we start doing this, family, by doing your I tell everybody, do your genealogy, right? That's the start right there. That's the start. Because your first nation, right? And this is what the ancestors told me. My first nation is gonna come from amongst myself, from amongst me. My nation is gonna come from my so-called some of my family members that are on the same level, right? And then a lot of my ancestors also told me a lot of our community, right, is when we build this nation, is going to come from people that are actually on the same mindset, that are on the same stage of enlightenment, that know we have to separate, that we have to come out of her, my people, in order to uh, be sustainable, be able to sustain ourselves. Right now, we can't sustain ourselves. Like Rashawn said, we still sending our children to school, right, to a place that they ain't learning shit. Let's be real. It's a repeat doctrine, right? It's all about submitting, right? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Every now and then, I send my children to school, and Rashard knows that Every now and then, I send them to school, but my children never go for the full year. Why? Because I use them as his babysitters. See, I need them sometimes to get away from the children. I send them there, and I have my little time, so I'll be able to, conduct my life. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta know who these people are. My children don't learn shit. They'll come home right now when they're homework. I look over that shit like Rashaud said. I don't even know some of this shit. What the hell is they talking about? Why? Because it's not about learning and growing. It's about education, rearing of animals, right? They want us to be conducive to growing, to keeping this matrix in line, right? But we know better now, and that's why the priest, like I said, I send my children to school when as needed by myself. You feel what I'm saying? Somebody told me the other day, well, um, uh, Dad, I got a C, or a D or something. I said, oh yeah. So I sat him down and I explained it to him. And guess what? When he got up with that C or that D, he felt a whole lot better. They know, my children know what school is about at this time, and they're young. So we got to learn to family to look at this thing as it's becoming. Everybody is on the attack, right? Everybody's attacking the original people of the land. Everybody's attacking the Americans, the people of the Americas, right? Why? Because we are the chosen few. There's only a few of us that's actually awake that actually know this. And those that are one that are putting one foot in front of the other one right now, like Samuel just said, boots on the ground, right? So I think we need to have this conversation. I don't want to go off piece, but I think we need to have this conversation when we talk about healing the nation and growing the nation. I think we need to have these conversations more often, gang, because a lot of us is already boots on the ground. We just need to see each other in real time. I digress.
Rashaud, you got the big screen? You got a big screen? I
Let's
want to
do
show
it.
y'all something right quick. Right. You see ancestor. You see how it's broken down, right?
Hold on, then, Trinity. Let me get my plate. Let me get my plate and my spoon ready. Let's cook. Let's get it.
Look, a person typically, right? One more remote. You know what they talk about, that remote viewing, than a what? A grandparent from whom one is what? Descended. Click on descended because it's underlined. Move what? Or fall downward. You see that, right? Underline. So this is where they want you falling downward like a fallen angel when you're talking about descendant, right? I mean, ancestor, right? Now watch this. An early version of a machine, system, etc. You see that? That lets you know that they're talking about basically making you, before something has came, is recognizing it and putting it into an ideology, right? Now watch this. It said, you see the underlying grandparent? Watch this. When you click on grandparent, watch this. Hold on, let me find it. It said a grandparent is one's father or mother, a grandmother or grandfather, right? Just click on one of them. So you gotta walk down with it. It's hard to tap to that damn screen. Look at the phase down here, the grandparent. Watch this. Teach one's grandmother to what? Suck eggs. You see that?
Yes, indeed.
That's crazy.
Presume to advise a more experienced person, right? When you click on it, right? They want you to presume things. What is presume? Presume is what? Suppose that something is the case, or is the basis of what? Probability. But you presume it. It's not even actually happening. It's just how you presume it in your mind. Now we're gonna deal with the rest of the word, because we was dealing with the word what? Ancestor, right? Let me go back so y'all can see it. We're dealing with her ancestor. It's ancestor. What is cester? Right here. Don't it say cester? You see, it's a suffix. You see that? What does it mean? Where is it at? Is it in a Roman fort? You see that?
Damn, Rome did conquer the
Yeah.
world.
You see that, right? A fortified place, a camp, or what? A Roman fort. What was Paul in the Bible? A tent maker. You see what I'm saying? When they tent your ideology. They put something to put a cap, like the firmament. You see what I'm saying? So what they did was They took the word and, which is actually represents the melanated woman too. A-N-D. When you rearrange letters of A and D, what you get? DNA.
DNA.
Women hold the and factor and the DNA because everything goes through her to make herself whole. So when you're talking to a woman, especially in these lives, and you bring up a statement, hey, the world was flat, and she be like, well, did you think about this? Well, it could have been that. Well, how do you know that? She ain't saying the word and, but she's anding you because she knows something about what you're saying is not complete. You see, that's what and does. It questions things and make it whole again because it knows it's not complete. Exactly. And you be like, dang, why, why is she ending me? Just like when she asked a woman what you want to eat. Oh, well, I feel like I could want some pizza. No, I don't want no pizza. I think I want Chinese. You see what I'm saying? That's and.
Right. When you talk, when a
That's why.
grown up is talking, or when the child butt in, and the child say something out the way, and the mom looking at him, and so what you saying? Cook in transit.
That's why. That's why the man is the what? The or. And what do women love? Options. Baby, do you want this or do you want that? See, the man is the two, but the woman is the one. You see that? She deduces your two down to oneness, wholeness. But what we got is a lot of pretenders that men think they the one. So they try to tell women what to do. Baby, we gonna have Chinese today. And then she feel like, dang, well, I ain't had no opinion in that. How you know I want that? You see, now that ain't gonna kick in. You know what I'm saying? You see, because she inherently know that she the one. She the ultimate decision maker. You gotta give her them choices, bro. Start speaking in ors, and a woman will feel like they are part of what you have going on. And I land there.
She considers a field, and with her coin, she buys it and plants a vineyard. You know what I'm saying? Shit is simple. You feel me? Y'all are cooking up here. I appreciate it. Hey, everybody, tap the screen. Shut alive. We got a gift goal. The hand hearts. Let's try to get those hand hearts because when a poet is cooking, you snap your fingers with them finger hearts, right? That's what the finger hearts is for. Because when poets cook, you snap your fingers. So let's get them finger snaps with the hearts. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the gift the panel. Let's gift the panel because they're cooking. You know what I'm saying? Encourage your viewers to help. Let's go. Maybe we could get 1,000 of those. I know y'all ain't broke because if y'all were broke, y'all wouldn't be here. Y'all would be at work right now. But since y'all here, I know that y'all probably ain't broke because y'all got time on your hands. So use your hands to click those finger hearts and get us up to 1,000. And also use those hands to tap the screen and get us to 1,000,000 likes. You know what I'm saying? We almost there. I just need y'all to tap the screen 900,000 more times.
Come on in, brother. Pick up where I left off. What you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, they got quiet, but I mean, I agree 100% with what you're saying. Yourself and your counterpart technologies that they've given us, right? Freedom is a power of self-determination and ourselves to be servants, slaves, and not the masters of our own destinies and realities. And you know, if you're not the master of your own destiny, then that means somebody can design the outcomes of everything that happens for you, right? So in order to avoid that from happening, we got to get back to being masters and mistresses. We got to get back to being gods and goddesses, and those are the only solutions, right? And these things go back into all the stuff that they've been telling us. I mean, that we've been telling each other, right? So if you go to these lives where people talk about history, they'll tell you, oh, family means servants and slaves and shit like that, right? So they were saying that we weren't slaves to these people, but we were slaves to ourselves. But in reality, if you call your man a husband, that means a peasant. If you call your woman a wife, that means a serf, right? And both of those are slaves, and they're not the lords or anything. So that means if you're not the Lord, then somebody else has to be one. And that's why you call these other people massa. Because you have chosen not to pick that position for yourself, right? And at this time, nobody's whipping you on the back. So what is stopping us from reclaiming who we are, right? They've switched us to the position of lower animals or human beings. There was a time where they considered us to be the gods and goddesses on this earth. And then they flipped everything, just like they flipped the maps. They flipped you upside down too. And now that you're walking upside down and you don't know what's going on, you don't realize that they've turned you into the monster and turned themselves into the god. Oh, Rashaud, how can you tell me that they turned themselves into God? Well, when was the last time you voted? When was the last time you voted? Right? A vote
It's
is a
wild.
promise. Huh?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. What were you about to say?
I was just gonna say it's wild because like thinking about how they invert everything, like you were just saying, and he was just saying in these words and stuff. It brings back to mind the whole antipod thing. It's like they knew that if they came to our existence and inverted our existence almost as a backward version of theirs, that it would, in a sense, I don't know, fuck us up. And my mind is fucked up on that because now I'm just thinking like, what's the whole reason for the inversion other than those spells and stuff? But then it's just like, but everything, even the symbols they invert. But now it's just like they come from the opposite side and they came here in a sense from the opposite hemisphere to make everything opposite. That's wild. I don't know.
But the thing is, family, they need you to participate in your own demise. And that's the whole thing. And that's why a lot of the magic, we see a lot of rituals and residuals, things of that nature that takes control of our mental state. And we don't actually know that's actually happening, right? It's just like voting. They need your vote, the VOLT. They need your energy in order to sustain here on this realm. Because they know who this is around for. They know. They also know that they have to keep you in a perpetual cycle of I call it incantations, right? Because you're steady going from you're all over the place, family, when you're participating in this matrix, right? We got the school systems, we got politics, right? We got religion, right? We got sports and entertainment. We got at all levels of activity, they are guiding us, family. That's the whole thing. Every level of activity, they are using high level magic, and that's another thing. If y'all like to learn about this magic, man, y'all follow the priest because I go in about this type of stuff, right? I was going to show you how you can harness your energy and use your energy against them. Just like Rashaud said, it's time for us to come out of her, my people, and that's Babylon.
Facts. Don't be in here trying to steal my supporters. It's like, nah. Hey, but look, so they trick you into turning. So the first thing that they ever did, right? This is what they did. The first thing that they did is they made you turn your back on nature, right? They made you turn your back on nature because nature is God, right? So you turned your back on God. And once you turn your back on God and become a pagan savage with no God, right? Then, naturally you're going to find another one, right? So they got to give you one. And then they give you one through the terminology. Here you go, buddy. Look, the pieces in the back. Yeah, you can use those to replace the pieces. Yeah, look. What? That's crazy. I want that. All right. All right, so they'll use words like this. So you go vote. They make you vote and stuff. They tell you vote, vote, vote. But a vote is a promise to a God. What God are you making promises to? It's a vow. What is a vow? A solemn promise, usually to a what? A God. Solemn engagement to devote oneself to a religious order of life, and their religion is not of nature, it's anti-nature, right? Nature is God, they're anti-nature. So that means that their religion is to whatever you want to consider the devil to be, right? All this shit about God, and that's what you That's what you agree to do. Make all these vows and solemn pledges. So you're calling these people your gods, right? And then if you have a problem, right, with whatever you think your government's doing, everybody signs a what? Anybody in the comments, tell me what you sign when you have a problem with your government and you want to make some changes. It starts with a P. Can anybody? We got 48 people in here. There we go. Let's see these answers. Okay. Aura knows, Nicole knows, Omni knows, Big C knows. Everybody knows this word, right? So we sign petitions when we get upset with the government. But what is a petition? A supplication or a prayer, especially to a deity. So who is your God? Oh, who is your God? Oh, but it could mean that other stuff. No, it don't. No, it don't. You know what I'm saying? It could mean a claim. No, the fuck it don't. It's a prayer. It's a supplication of prayer, especially to a deity. I don't care what they tell you. They know exactly what they're doing, right? That's why I told Sam, Sam, what did we look up earlier? We look up defined terms.
I was
Remember
just about
that?
to say that, yep. Or
You know
terms
what I
got to
mean?
be definite, and they do not go to the general use terms, or if it's something like that. If they don't use the general use, they're gonna go with the definite or something. Sure, I butchered the hell out of that.
Exactly. So the defined terms mean that a term can exist in these different legal situations that doesn't mean what it means in everyday speech, right? So you think that these things mean something else, but in their use of it, it means exactly what they want it to mean. But they're all in agreement that it means these things. Why I don't sign random petitions? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Because you're letting these people know that they're your God. You want them to answer your prayers. You're praying for justice and you're praying for all these things, and you want them to give that to you. All right. And they put you in these positions over and over. They had to switch places with you.
And you are petitioning. Usually, when you petition, you are asking to do something. And why are you asking them if you are the God? That would be your God if you're asking for something. Which is contrary to well, I don't want to say contrary, but I know when they first signed the treaties, it was almost like, hey, we're gonna protect y'all. And that's kind of like what a lot of the Indians got was protection for the so-called treaties and whatever, as far as being under the jurisdiction of the United States to be able to sue all this other stuff and also to be able to address harms and stuff like that. But now you're also asking them for privileges instead of just using them for protection. That's kind of different.
Facts. Now watch this. This is what we this is what we talked about the other day, right? So when you fall in love, you call your man a husband, right? Ladies, let's be honest. If you're married, ain't this what you call your man? Like once y'all make that deal with the devil in the house of the devil called a church, right? And you bind yourself to the state.
Boy, if they really knew Rashaud, they'll get a divorce ASAP.
Hey, look, I'm about to show y'all how they got y'all all fucked up. Shout out to I Am God Frequency because she was like, the live should be about sex magic. And then I started looking into sex and I was like, yo, this shit is not what we think it is. All right.
Anybody say anything about sex magic?
Nah, it's just, the magic is sex magic is about separation, but people try to use it to bring themselves together and then wonder why they're cursed. But right? So a husband and all this shit, right? Now let's see what a husband really is, right? Because when we start to get real with shit, right? If I'm telling you a story and I use the word literally, don't that mean we getting into that real business now? You know what I'm saying? We get into that real business when I be like literally. Nah, literally. You know what I'm saying? So it's literally a housebound man, a dweller, a freeholder, right? But what is it for real? Let's get into it. A peasant? Oh no. A peasant, right? A sad loss for the English poetry. Old English were, in the broadest sense, man, male person, from pi root yro, man, is preserved. What does preserved mean? In werewolf, right? Uh-oh. That's crazy. That's crazy, right? Okay. So we know a husband is a peasant beast, right? A husband is a peasant beast, right? So now we got a wife. A wife, we consider it to be all these things, right? But what is a wife for real? A queen, right? A wife is a queen, but a wife is also a bitch. What? So we got a werewolf and a bitch. Let's first figure out what a bitch is, because not everybody knows, right? What is a bitch? A wolf. So the husband's a wolf, the wife's a wolf, everybody's a beast, right? Other beast, right? You see it. I'm not making this shit up. A wolf. A beast, right? Oh, Rashad, that don't mean nothing. I promise you it does. We're gonna get to what it means, right?
But
What is a
look at
beast?
this. Look at this though. When they say a sheep is what? When a sheep is going astray, what is it? It's sheep in wolf clothing, right?
Oh. Damn. The lamb of God done went astray and now it's wearing a goddamn wolf mask, right? Because everybody has a
That
persona.
part.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a persona, right? Because you think you're a person, right? But a person is a human being, right? So now we know that a wife is a wolf, a husband is a wolf, a wife is a prostitute, and a husband is a peasant, right? Hold on, y'all. We're gonna get to it, right? And they're both human beings because everybody wants to be a person. All right. This is James A. Ballantyne's 1948 Law Dictionary, right? So in James A. Ballantyne's 1948 Law Dictionary, it says a human being, sea monster, right? So if you ever hear a person say a human being is a sea monster, that just means that they didn't read the Law Dictionary. Because if they did, then they would know it's just saying to see, S-E-E, monster. Like go find the word monster because there's no definition for a human being, right? So go see monster to break it down. A monster, a human being by birth, but in some part resembling a lower animal. A monster have no inheritable blood, right? So monsters can't inherit land, right? Can we all agree that a werewolf is a monster and a beast is a monster? Can we all agree that a werewolf and a beast are pretty much that's a monster?
Came walking up on me, they be looking sort of like some monsters.
Facts. You walking through the woods and a goddamn werewolf jumps out. That's a monster on your ass, right? But you're gods and goddesses, right? So in order for them to turn you into wolves, beasts, and monsters, you had to become a person or a persona, and you had to put on a mask and a false face, right? Because they had to hide you from who you really are, right? But it's okay, right? Your husband's a peasant, right? What is a peasant? A peasant is a rural person of inferior rank or condition, usually engaged in agricultural labor, right? Agricultural laborer that doesn't believe in their God, right? Doesn't believe in God. You're a pagan. You don't believe in God and shit, right? That was never okay, right? Now watch this. So when y'all did y'all genealogy, you found out that a lot of you put the music notes in the comments if you did your genealogy and found sharecroppers. Maybe the music notes is too hard for y'all. Huh? There we go. There we go. Y'all found goddamn sharecroppers. There's a reason why you found sharecroppers, right? Because niggas was acquiescent to things, right? So if you're a sharecropper, then that means the farmer owns the land, right? The sharecropper just works the land that the farmer owns, right? The farmer owns the land, and that's why the farmer is the one who collects taxes, and you pay taxes, right? It's all about you being in debt, perpetual debt, if they can help it, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? Because you're a peasant, one of the lowest class of what? Ain't this another word that y'all use in y'all little history lives? Freemans and freedmans and all that shit, right? The lowest class of freemen is you, the peasant, the peasant sharecropper without rank, because they made you forget that you were a god and turned you into a goddamn monster who can't inherit land. And since you can't inherit land, you're forced to work the land, right? You're forced to work the land and only get your share so that you could feed your family. But unfortunately, since you don't own the land and your wife don't own the land, your entire family are servants and slaves, right? Right? Your entire family has become servants and slaves, right? Parta sequitur ventrum. Your child comes out in the condition of the mother, and the mother was a slave because you called her your wife, right? Your mother was a whore. You know what I'm saying? What was that Eminem song? He said, oh, wait, no, it was Benzino. Your father's a maniac and your mom's a known slut. So what you think little Haley's gonna be when she grows up? Y'all remember that shit? What you think little Haley's gonna be when she grows up? The same thing. Cause she's gonna be the condition of the womb she came out of, a servant and a goddamn slave. Right? You know what I'm saying? But it's okay, right? Because family are domestic individuals. That's why you have to deal with domestic crimes, right? If you get in a fight, it's a domestic, what is it called? Domestic abuse. But what is domestic? Right? It's relating to the household, right? But what gets domesticated? Animals, right? So if I had two wolves in my house, as the actual lord of the house, I'm going to domesticate these things, right? And everything that they do within a household is going to have to be of some kind of domestic behavior because they've been what? They've been trained in the education system. So now we got some domesticated wolves. Got some domesticated fucking animals. You know what I mean? Right? So you went from being gods and goddesses to being trained animals who can't inherit land because you're wearing a mask and you won't show up as who you really are. You feel me? It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate the situations that we find ourselves in. But the thing that makes it so much more unfortunate is because we've all agreed to these things now. Right? Now, maybe when y'all leave this live, you're going to look at your loved one and you'll never call them a wife again. Or you'll never call them your husband. Right? What is wedlock?
That's wild because I had heard the whole thing about education means to train an animal, but to know why it's that way, I didn't know until now, going through the definition, which is wild too, how they put that in there.
Ain't it? They do this shit like right in front of our face, and I think that's the issue. Like, god dang. You know what I'm saying? Want to hide something from a nigga, put it in front of their face. You don't even have to put it in a book anymore. Just, put it right in front of their face. because they don't even know what they're looking for, right? But there is something that we could call each other. Now let's see, what is a mistress? Ooh, this gets interesting. A female teacher, governess, supervisor of novices in a convent, mistress, lover, housekeeper, governess, female teacher, the master, the chief, head, director, right? A woman who employs others or has authority over the household and the servants. A woman who has mastered an art or branch of study. A kept woman of a married man, right?
Man, so when
You
they
know what I'm saying?
are when they say they got so many mistresses and concubines in the Bible, is that something different there?
A concubine is something different, but a mistress would be something different if they're marrying all of them, right? Because if you live in a situation where you can have multiple wives, you can have multiple mistresses. But remember, a lot of these laws where you can have multiple wives, you're supposed to put them in different houses because they're supposed to be the ruler of the household. So if you have a bunch of wives and you put them in the same house, then you're out of order. But a lot of niggas try to have multiple wives just for the status purpose of saying, oh, I have a bunch of wives. But in reality, they're supposed to have houses of their own. So they could be the mistress of the house, the ruler of the household.
You can't hate on them niggas that pay them women's rent then.
I mean, they might be trying to, they're closer to right than the other ones are. You know what I'm saying? A concubine is a wife of inferior condition, a secondary wife. So the concubine would be like some secondary shit, right? Unmarried with a married man or woman, right? That's that. This is greed. This is the kind of shit that got Solomon fucked up, right? This is the kind of shit that made Solomon lose everything, even though God thought he was better than that. Come to find out, he was thinking with the wrong head and lost everything. Right? And then the man can end up being the master, having control or authority over a place, a teacher, a tutor of children, right? The chief, right? This chief shit, right? You get back to being the leader of nations, right? And it's important to be the master, the mistress and the master, because the universe, uni means one, verse means song, right? So universe means one song, right? And life is just one big song, and we're operating in an extremely vast orchestra, right? That's why we always talk about vibrations and frequencies, because life is all about music and we're supposed to be in harmony with each other. And the only way for you to be the sovereign ruler of yourself is to be the master or mistress, which is connected to the maestro, which leads the choir, right? Leads the band. You know what I'm saying? It's all full circle. All these things are connected divinely, I promise you, right? What does the Bible say? Let me see. Right? Who can find a virtuous woman, for her price is far above rubies? The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that she shall have no need he shall have no need of spoil. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeketh wool and flax and worketh willingly with her hands. She is like the merchant ship. She bringeth her food from afar. She riseth all the while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household and a portion to her maidens, her servants. She considereth a field and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hand she planted a vineyard. That's a mistress. That's mistress behavior. But everybody's out here trying to find a goddamn wife, and you wonder why your shit's fucked up. I digress.
That song, I think it was God 3, You're My Wifey. Yeah, they fucked it up even more so. We need a new song to combat
Yeah, they were
that.
saying you're. Imagine now when you listen to that song, cause you're my wifey. They're saying you're my prostitute. You're my lowborn woman. You're my serf. You're my hussy.
And the people who instituted some of this language, is probably some of them same people in the top of the thing, record labels and stuff. I feel like a lot of spells made, they try to institute through music as well as through especially through Hollywood. All the imagery and stuff. I actually personally, since I'm not trying, but I'm getting back into like script writing and getting back into shooting film. And I'm writing in. I'm like in a sense trying to incorporate the same kind of secret messages and like subconscious things with and messages within the film the same way that they do. Right? It's like I feel like you got to fight that kind of low vibrational spiritual fire or propagandist fire, whatever it is, with another version of it on the other side.
Yeah, and that goes into the word that you brought up earlier, antipodes, right? You got to fight it with the opposite of it. You know what I'm saying? It's like Pokemon. The only way to win was to know which Pokemon was the opposite of that other element. You know what I'm saying? And then you destroy it with that opposite element, and that's how you win. A little bit harder of a fight. If you fight it with the wrong element, you about to get whooped.
You talking about? So I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because that kind of touched into what I wanted to touch on, right? So you know how they say that a man is an XY chromosome and a woman is an XX chromosome? You following me?
Hell yeah.
It's actually the opposite. The man is actually an
Hey, if you
XX
want to
and,
if you want to get on if you want to get on the big screen, man, just let me know because I know you be showing shit.
yeah. I'm in the middle of eating right now, so I don't have I
Oh,
don't have my thing
breezy.
right. Yes, I got my hands digging into this chicken.
I do
But
your thing.
what you call it? Are you familiar with like XY axis? Like the X is horizontal and the Y is vertical, right? So when you talk about XX, you're talking about vertical or horizontal axis. And you can even pull this up. When you pull it up and just look at the Y meaning in mathematics, right? Whoever controls the Y controls the ascension to the conscious mind, right? So that's why in the Bible it said humans must stand upright because the man would be an XX. I mean, he would go from left to right. I mean, he would end up on the right hand of consciousness, right? And then the woman would take it from the right hand and then she would go up. You see what I'm saying? Vertical. So that's why humans must stand upright in nature because you go from left to right and then right to up. You see what I'm saying? It's a right angle, just like the compass in the masonry symbol, right? So basically, they make the man the XY, right? Because if they make him the XY, the ideology would be the X that they're giving him and the Y with him going up with it. And then the woman would just be the fallout of what happened between the measure of what happened within the XY axis. You see what I'm saying? So they flip things around.
Exactly. They've inverted everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this whole shit is about. It's just the inverting of everything that we know. And that's what but I think that's what makes it like work so well because even though it's inverted, there's a piece of the truth in all of it. So when we hear it, you don't just immediately question everything because some of it will still low key resonate with you. You might have questions. Some of it might make you be like, I don't know. But then like there's enough truth around it that they could slide a lot of shit right past you and you'd be like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Maybe. You know what I'm
Just,
saying? But yeah.
just like they lie. And they say that men are what? Logical and women are emotional.
Oh yeah, they're gonna love this, huh?
So how could a man be logical when women are way way more detail oriented than men? She could tell you what tie you wore on the first date. She know the first day y'all met. She bring it up a year later. She be like, baby, it's our anniversary. You be like, huh? You know what I'm saying? What? That's processing all logic, all the details. She's processing all the details. Men more so think from reason, not logic. Because we think from reason, it appears as if it's logical because we're using a process of elimination. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
That's
that
it.
makes perfect sense to me.
But it's not logic though. It's a difference. But the government want to be the reason, make the man the logical processor and make the woman the emotional fallout. So whoever controls the reason basically sets the state of reality. You know what I'm saying? And let me ask you a question. How could you apply knowledge if it wasn't within reason? You heard me, Rashaud? Or anybody can answer that. Sam, how can you apply logic if it wasn't within reason?
Hey, y'all keep cooking. Give me a minute, real quick. All right.
My bad. You said, how can you apply logic with?
If something wasn't within reason. You see what I'm saying? You can't.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
it's impossible because it wouldn't even exist. Reason means something actually exists. You see what I'm saying? So if it's not within reason, it's not even in a measure to even make logical format out of it.
Problem solving. It's like saying if. Oh, I guess I'm trying to figure out like, what would you say is the crux of if a problem arises? Figuring out the problem, would that be using logic or reason, or would
It
it
it,
or
it, it, it it would be using reason because you do you know what a problem is? Do you know where a problem come from?
uh not on top.
Watch this. A woman comes from her first principle is doubt, right? Once she manifests doubt, she goes into the question of life. Once she manifests the question, she goes into the issue. When she knows how to conquer the issues at hand in life, she formulates the T cell, which is the tissue, the very fabric to the universe. If she don't know how to complete all four phases, she'll fall back into the issue, which means create issues. And what does issues create? Problems. You see, a problem is nothing but a question that is not answered, creating an issue. That's why most men try to answer things and think they got the answer for everything because they're trying to answer the questions that it may arise from what the woman is experiencing. You get it? When you have a question that's not answered and it becomes a problem, it's called a double question. It's called a double question mark. That's how you get parentheses. Parentheses is the law of rhetorics. It's two questions side by side, which puts you into a state of rhetorics, which provokes action within a framework. You see what I'm saying? So you not being the man that you're supposed to be, knowing that you the answer, you inherently let your woman fall victim to what? Double doubt and double question because you don't understand who you are to bring balance to her nature. Does that make sense? So us as people, we have to start understanding these things and how human was created because no word, no formula would exist without us. You see what I'm saying? So we have to start understanding how is the formula put together because it has to exist in the physical world for you to even manifest it. It's not just there. Words are there for a reason because they represent your essence.
Peace, peace, y'all. I'm back. My fault. I see it's getting a little bit quiet in here. You must be hitting them with some shit and they don't know what to say in response. They're just like, yeah, okay. It's all good. I know how that shit goes. Hey, look, y'all. I gotta unfortunately I have to end the line. I gotta get my children together. I just got a message they got schools open tomorrow. So it is what it is. But
I think Aquarium probably come up. She probably wanted to say something.
Oh,
before you
okay.
end it.
Well, fuck it. I'm a mute. You know, y'all could keep talking for a little bit, but I'm gonna have to get some shit together in a minute. That's if she meant to come up here.
Did you mean to come up, Aquarium?
I did. Y'all was speaking on some stuff that was blowing my mind. So I was just gonna respond to some of those things. But I wrote my comments in the comments. And I'm driving, ahead. So.
Oh, go ahead. I mean, if you got some questions, go ahead.
Yeah.
Take off, sis.
My brain is not computing right now because I am driving. So I am focused on and people in California be driving kind of.
Oh, I feel it. But just whatever comes to your mind. What comes to your mind
things
that you heard that kind of like sparked a thought or a vision?
I wanted to. One thing that you guys were saying was about how they inverted everything, and that's so true. And it's like when you think about anything, it's like it feels like every single thing that we have ever known is just a lie. But it's not really, though, is it? It's just been flipped and re-scripted to fit their narrative.
She was saying, lady in the comments said, how does it relate back to the XXY thing in the comments? What I was explaining was when you look up, in order to find the equation to something, every letter is a mathematical equation. That means every letter is already a word is a sentence, and a sentence is already a paragraph. We read behind the ley line of how we interpret the language, right? So whenever you want to find the answer to what they're trying to get you to see, you just type in Y or X or whatever letter, and you just type in meaning in mathematics. And then they give you the whole mathematical formula to what they're presenting. Just like the J. The J represents the imaginary unit. So that means they're playing with your imagination. You see what I'm saying? Every letter tell you what is formatting. So when you have the XX, I'm not saying that the man represents the XX. Actually, he represents the VN. But I don't like to get too deep because sometimes it gets too complicated. So I try to stay on a little surface level with it, right? But XX, X has no value to it. You have to add value to it, right? You following me? So when they add value to something, that's why he said everything comes from the what? The void. They have an immaculate conception with Mary. That means that she was an X because they had to add a volume or a mass to it to make it what they want it to be. What did Jesus say? He came to fulfill the law. That means give something to and fill it because it was void. You see what I'm saying? So the reason why it goes back into the XX with reason is because the first principle is reason. Reason has to find a trajectory, which is frequency. Frequency flows, and when you read the ideology, it flows from left to right. Then the X from the bottom, the lower X from the woman, she takes it from the bottom up. She makes it stand upright. That means she gives it volume and validity. You see what I'm saying? It's like a chessboard. A man only gives it trajectory, but she gives it volume and validity. Because that's why women make everything whole. How can a man be a Y when men don't make things whole? They don't give validity to things or volume.
Damn, I need a woman to come turn me up.
That part, that way, right?
Facts. Hell yeah.
And see, when a woman don't stand up on the word, right? I mean, when she don't stand upright, guess what she stand up on the word and manifest the word. That's why it exists no more, because the woman is not manifested. That's why ideology took over and wrote in allegories and phrases using words, because we don't know how to appropriate words anymore and how to ascend them and how to actualize our consciousness and our subconscious embodiment as humans.
Who was it? Let's come on up here. Let's see. She might not come up here, but she should. Feel free. This is a safe space. You know what I'm saying? Come up and ask questions.
Hey, everybody.
Peace, peace.
Look, I wasn't saying you were saying that it represents the X was representing a man. I was only saying there is no such thing as XX and YX.
Okay.
It's only X and Y.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that. Yeah. You can say that. Yeah, I see what you
So that's
see where you're
all I
going with
was
that.
saying.
Oh, okay.
Please,
Because really,
PK.
the man is a mutation to the woman. So basically, though, like you were saying, the woman is whole, and the man is like, you know, he's like a what do you want to call it? Yeah, but not saying it like a man is a mutation like that to a woman, like, you know, far as like disease wise. I'm just saying like that's where
I know
you
what
get
you.
the broken X. I mean the broken X became a Y when man came along.
I mean, that's what the spiritual community teaches. I'm familiar with the ideology.
Yeah, so that's all I was saying.
Man didn't come from woman and woman didn't come from man. We both come from the universe. The universe split it. If you believe in universal law, you understand that the universe split itself in half, so therefore it can experience itself. So how could the man be a mutation of a woman if we're part of the universe? That means that a man is an earthly thing, not a universal thing.
Hold on now. Man did come from woman.
Well, man is a. You mean a male came from a woman?
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't a female come from a woman?
Of course, we birthed everything.
Okay. So what's the difference?
So what you were saying is, I mean, basically, yeah, you're right. But a woman creates her own universe regardless of what.
True, I agree.
So I hear a lot of men saying that men create. No, men cannot create. Men cannot be creators.
In what sense?
What do you mean? What sense?
I'm saying you saying in a totality. You mean in just like period, just like a
I'm
totality.
saying they can't create. Period. Because in naturality, women actually have 9 senses. Y'all only got 6 senses, but females have 9 senses because they are womb birthers. They birth the womb.
So you don't think a man has a womb?
I mean, maybe it's inside out. I mean, all men was females at one point in time now.
Where they say that at?
What do you mean?
I'm just asking you where they say that at.
All men was female at once upon a time. Do you know this is a divine world that you live in? This is really a woman's world that you live in. Female world, divine.
Okay.
So all men
So
that
what my
came
brother's
about
saying
was
is,
women at
we the
first.
first colonizers.
That you got to make it make. I mean, I hear these conversations, man, and in these TikTok. And I don't even. I'll tell you the truth, I don't even go in type of streams because it's like 1 minute women don't want to be oppressed, then say they came from the rib, but then turn around and flip it on his head and say, oh well, I'm gonna do the oppressing since I don't want to be oppressed. Like you got to make this make sense.
I'm gonna just let you know this. Women was the first one to, you know, come about on these lands. Okay, before man even came about, we was birthing kids without a man. Do you know that?
I
Well,
need.
I broke that down yesterday. I broke down. I bust parthenogenesis wide open yesterday. So I mean.
Oh yeah, intrinsic. We're gonna have to have that conversation again because I got a plethora of
Yeah,
information on that.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
intrinsic. Finish with that chicken, man, so you can break that shit down. Because me personally, I only agree with this kind of these talking points to a certain degree. But I do feel like when you have scales that are unbalanced, sometimes you accidentally put a little bit too much weight on the other side to try to get the balance. Then you realize, oh shit, it's off balance on another side. Then you take a little bit off, and then you get the balance that you need. So I feel like a lot of times these conversations are like completely unbalanced because women are trying to regain the balance. So sometimes they put a little bit extra on it, but
Can
it's
I?
unnecessary.
I'm raising. I'm sorry, y'all can't see me, but I'm like raising my finger, because my thing is going in and out because I'm like I said, I'm driving, but I heard bits and pieces,
You
and
gotta stop
was
saying
that
that.
intrinsic?
You gotta stop saying
Say,
that D word on here.
oh, okay.
We,
Um, navigating the streets. Um, uh, so I just wanted to touch on what sis was saying, that we all do we all agree, or you can agree to disagree, but all things came from one source, right? And we are all ripples of that. And creation came from a woman, womb, woman, right? And then, like you said, somebody who said they broke down parthenogenesis, and that is a woman being able to have that spark to create a child without a man. Yes, the universe, whatever you call it, universe, primordial mother, whatever you want to call it, it is one source. Yes, panel, you
have
can
you
unmute.
one? I mean, how you use one source and how I use one source is two different conceptualizations. When I said one source, I was talking about the universal one source. When you say one source, you're referring to a human.
I'm not referring to a human.
We are the source.
You
We are
you
the
you
source.
you are
We are the
assuming.
most high.
You're
So
assuming in that, and you're. I'm
Well,
sorry,
well,
sis.
well,
I don't
well,
mean to
well,
cut you off.
you said female. You said everything comes from a woman. That's a human, isn't it?
Womb. I
we
said
are not
womb.
human. I'm sorry.
We are
Well,
not
well,
human.
well,
We are.
I'm a
whatever
god.
words, a people, a god, a goddess, whatever, I don't want to play word semantics, but because I don't know what words you particularly like, and everybody on here like a different word, so kind of like if we could just know what I mean, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, let's keep it cordial. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. This, you know what I'm saying? This is a interesting conversation. I know that there's a part of the so-called science that everybody seems to be missing. But when you add the universe into the topic, then are we saying that like the energy that exists in the universe is like a woman, like a earthly woman that we know in this manifestation? Is that like, because the universe is really vast and infinite. So are we saying that like the totality of the universe is a woman and then everything came from that?
Yes, as above, so below.
And it's not, we're not saying this to downgrade, to erase, or to say that the divine masculine is not important, because both are important in order to have duality. Yes.
Right.
So okay, so if I was like prove it, How would we prove it? Is it just a feeling?
It's not a feeling, but you can take all of humanity and trace it all back to one source,
What source is that?
the
The
primary
mother and the
mother.
daughters.
Say that again.
All mothers and daughters.
And what'd you say, Aquarium?
Primordial mother, the first source, the one source, mitochondrial. Yes, thank you, Star Checker.
So in the science, it says that all children before they're any gender are just indifferent. So which part of the science do we believe in? The entirety of the science, or just the part that says they're a female before a male? Or do we believe in the indifferent part first?
Have you ever seen a kangaroo have a baby?
Regardless of what, all
No.
females, all life starts with females. You know what I'm saying? They are the only womb carriers. That's why I said females got 9 senses and males only have 7 senses. The only reason why females have 9 senses is because we the womb carriers.
So that would be like neuroscience, right?
Nor
Now, neuro is referring to the brain, so why are we referring it to as a? Are we referring to it as a mindset, or
No,
what
I'm
are we
just saying like
doing?
it's usually like neuroscientists that do those studies.
no, this has nothing to
Exactly.
do with that.
Yes, if all of it is back to oneness. None of like male, genders don't even. It doesn't matter. But the fact that we came on to this conversation and it's mm, nope, spirit's telling me not to do that. I'm a mute.
Man, man is a species, right? Not a gender, right? It's male and female is the genders of the man. Two parts of the one body. So when we're talking about the wounded man, when they say wounded, it's not a physical thing. It's a spirit thing. We try to just transcribe fleshly things for spiritual things, right? So when they say wounded, if you're familiar with scar tissue on the cervix, they had to cut that scar tissue out before a child actually comes into through the where they would say portal or womb or whatever, right? The cervix or whatever, right? So when they say wounded, they meaning that the man has scar tissue because it's wounded, and man itself cannot get out. That's what that means. It's a trap.
And
It's a
that I would say that's a perspective. That's not what a wounded male. That's not the wounded masculine. That's not my definition of that.
okay, okay. I respect that.
What is everybody being careful?
Oh no, oh no! Like I don't do the back and forth thing. I'm type of brother. I roll over and let you tickle me. You know what I'm saying? Like I just be quiet and play my video game and watch my TV. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna let the ladies have it. You know, I like talking about certain things that plays like you said an even scale. I mean, when we start talking about these kilter scales, when men talking about all this crazy stuff and women talking about all this crazy, I don't care who the gender is. When it's unbalanced, it's just unbalanced. I mean, I go into some deep studies beyond what a lot of people even study. You know me, Rashaud, and I don't play no games with it. You know what I'm saying? I don't just rattle off at the mouth. Everything I do, I walk it down with facts. You know what I'm saying? And I go beyond. So, matter of fact, I don't even like science. You know what I'm saying? I don't even like math because math is built on complex numbers instead of natural numbers. Ology is built on reality. So you got to understand science ain't even real. Until you can understand all this shit is just a game and you don't know how to decipher it, we all just playing trying to make code up in the system. Everything that I teach, you can see it in real time right now on this live. If I ask one question, two questions, I study the whole dichotomy of human species, period. And I have taught thousands and thousands of people and never misfire. I can tell you how your consciousness came about because I study these things on a whole nother level. So, like I said yesterday, I walked down the whole Parthenogenesis yesterday. You can look at the book. It's called The Serpents of Wisdom. And it breaks down the whole thing y'all be talking about that Parthenogenesis stuff. This stuff is not fleshly. These are spiritual things and curses that they're putting on humanity. And we had to start understanding how to break these curses and get out of all this matrix type communication. Are we gonna be forever lost? And that's why I only be in certain circles because I'm like, hey, if the women want to think they came first, put them all on one side and see how far they go. We humanity be unalive in 100 years. Put the men on the other side with that misogynistic shit. We be unalive in 150 years. And let them do that. And the ones who want to move on and balance, let us do that. But mixing the two, everybody can't come.
No, I'm in total agreement.
Who came first, because it doesn't matter. We all came, like I said, we all came from one. All came from oneness. We all came from mitochondrial DNA. And that's just, and that, is that not, I don't know. But anyways, I am not saying, and this is for me and myself and what I'm saying. I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm not arguing on who came first, because, and or saying that one is not as important as the other. But when it comes to creation, that is the feminine aspect. I will say it's a feminine aspect. I'm not talking about gender roles.
I broke down feminine yesterday too. I broke down where the whole word feminine even comes from and the whole mathematical equations on the end of the dichotomy of it. Was you in here yesterday when I broke that down?
No, I was not a part of the live yesterday. I don't think.
Okay. Yeah, because I broke down what masculine, the first syllable is a MAS, it actually stands for mother. So when you think you might be dealing with a masculine just may be a woman. And as a matter of fact, I know it is. That's why you have my son. Everything is grafted around the woman. That's the laws of nature. That's the laws of nature.
Science, family. Let that sink in now. Because a lot of us think nature and science go hand in hand. They do not.
Nature is spiritual, in my opinion. Nature is spiritual.
Come on. Mm-hmm. It's very
I
much the
think I think
spiral.
some I think sometimes in these situations we
I'm
do.
speaking in a spiritual sense and not the physical sense, because we are all vibrating so much that we create, that we are now created as matter, wherefore we exist here in this world. But this is very, very spiritual, and it's all about energy.
Yeah, sorry y'all, my phone died. Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Yeah, I really don't think that this is a topic that will ever like make it past where there's certain audiences and certain speakers that, are necessary, right, for these conversations to go, but they always turn out the same. Anybody, like usually anybody that believes men come first, they're just going to stick with that. Anybody that believes women came first, they're just going to stick with that. To me personally, I believe we're anthropomorphizing energy and trying to give it these characteristics for the fact of like just human nature of wanting to be the best or first or whatever the case may be. But in my in everything that I've studied, even in books where they talk about parthenogenesis, the consensus since the beginning of anything I can find is that whatever existed before whatever we got existing was a duality, and it was two energies, and whatever that is manifested into what we have now. You know what I'm saying? So with all that other stuff, I'll never get into like, even in my book, I talk about it. I said I'll never argue about who came first, but I can see the truth in both concepts. So to me, it will never be something that I put my energy into. I just know that I believe in balance. I promote balance, and anybody that promotes anything other than balance, you know, we just have a different mission on the earth. My mission is balance, and all my studies have shown that that's the only solution. Everything else is just like it's earthly.
And I want to address something I said earlier. I was actually being funny when I said that women have 100 years and men have 150. I was actually being funny towards men. Like, men are so egotistical. They got 150 years. I was actually being condescending.
I caught it. Yeah, but I'm all about balance. I'm all about alchemy and Gnosticism and shit, and that all requires balance. They've all done these arguments for thousands and thousands, thousands of years, and everybody that gets really deep into it, they can only conclude that we need each other, and that just seems to be the actual solution. We need each other, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? This argument can go in, this can be an infinite argument. It could be, okay, if women came first, now we argue who came first. This woman, that woman, this hairstyle, that hairstyle, like it,
A
men have been
discussion,
doing
not an
whatever they've been
argument.
doing. Huh?
A discussion, not an argument.
Yeah, this discussion, you know what I'm saying? To me, it don't make the world better at all. It actually causes more tension. I feel like just sticking with balance, boom, there you have it, balance. What else is necessary?
But if we speaking the truth, I mean, how could that even be considered as an argument or, us not restoring balance? Because in order to restore balance, you gotta get out. You gotta get the truth out there. You wanna know the truth, and you wanna know the real knowledge. I mean, it's never nothing about an argument because I did not come on here to disrespect nobody or to
Oh,
like,
no, I
go
I
back and
changed it
forth
from
with
argument to
nobody or nothing like
conversation.
that.
No, I changed it from argument to discussion because it's definitely not an
Yeah,
argument.
because I never took it that way either. I've been listening for a while. I didn't even take it that way. I thought it was a hyperactive discussion, actually, that needed to take place. This is the conversation we need to have, like Rashaud said. And some of these conversations are going to be heartfelt. A lot of these conversations are it's gonna quote unquote hurt. You don't sound like to use some of these words, but for the sake of talking and knowledge, these are the things that are going to make us uncomfortable, family. These are the days we are in, days of uncomfortability, right? So it's all about who is ready and who not at the end of the day. Go ahead, Aquarium.
No, I agree with Rashawn. It's about balance. It's we all just trying to be in harmony. And I did not see who said it, but it we hear the phrase, it takes a community, it takes a village. Waiting on
That's it.
responses.
That's it. You
It
know what I'm
takes a
Oh
saying?
yeah,
community, it takes a
yeah. That's
village.
that.
Look at
That's an
I
old phrase there, sister.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Our ancestors, yeah, repeated that.
Yeah. Yes. And so the they put I just want to say that they put all kinds of information out there, and they we all know who they is, right? Because I don't have to specify who they is. um they put information out there that creates confusion, creates um a divide, and that's the one thing that we need to cast out of our community is division. We need to be able to come together in harmony. And just because we're having a discussion, like you said, highly, sometimes it may hurt, but you know what, having those discussions is it is highly important. What you said? People are
that
fragile.
that's
Yes, yeah. But and human, when you say human being, that I feel like that wraps right back into around what Rashad was saying. What is a human being? What is a human being? And people tend to start acting like it, acting like monsters. And that's not what we are. We are divine gods and goddesses here to create harmony and to bring new creation and to break the illusion. What are we doing right now?
so. Hey, Bree, saying that a woman comes first, maybe that's not division. What we really are. Like the this is just me. My goal in life is to transcend beyond this earthly shit in totality, right? So I personally don't want to argue about the earthly conception of things, right? We have an enemy that living and breathing, and I just like the tangible shit right now. You know what I'm saying? All that other stuff, they're theories, whether we like it or not. You know what I'm saying?
And that
Because
and that's why I always promote. You see, even on this live, how I say the woman is the very fabric to this universe. She has intrinsic, I'm gonna use that word, intrinsic values and qualities that's first to her nature. A man has intrinsic values that's first to his nature. We don't need to compete about who attributes are more or less than the other. You know what I'm saying? We both have our own attributes to complement each other. You know what I'm saying? That's why we were given these attributes. You know what I mean?
But why are you saying it as a competition when we only speak in true facts, knowledge, cosmic knowledge? And y'all study want to say like is we are like trying to lower y'all standards or something like that because of what we saying, but we only speaking what we know. Because I go within for my information. I don't research no information. I don't go ask anyone for information. So I'm not trying to argue with anyone. I'm not in competition with anyone. I'm just only speaking what I know. And that's it. That's all. I love everybody. I want us to balance this out. I want to be able to ascend to higher realms, higher dimensions. I'm not trying to be trapped here forever. That's why everybody need to know the truth and the knowledge of what's really going on.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. I really appreciate y'all.
So all I have to say in response to everything is contra negantum principia non est disputandum.
Explain that. What is that?
What the feezy?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. My brain did not compute that.
Contra negantum principia non est disputandum. We could dispute over these negatives, but what's the point of trying to prove a negative and a positive when we could just find the actual balance in these situations and focus on that? Or we could just go back and forth and try to prove things wrong and all these different things, but there's no point in trying to prove a negative.
And you know what's funny? It's not funny, but it's um okay, I'm gonna say something and it's gonna come off egotistical. But we know the facts. And that and I'm gonna go on mute now.
Um,
I missed something.
I'm just laughing. We all gonna we just at this. It feels like we have Rashaud, when you called it earlier and said you feel like you should end the live. I feel like this is what you were feeling, the energy that you was feeling.
oh no, I mean this shit don't bother me. I don't get phased by these things. I'm
Yeah,
way like me personally, I'm beyond these things. I'm really just entertaining this conversation because
the cosmic couch. Yeah,
yeah, because I know people have difference of opinions and I did say when I created this
and
vibe
perspectives. Yeah,
that I wanted people, I don't mind people having different perspectives, but one thing that I also said is if there's a million things that we can agree on, how much time are we willing to spend on the one thing we
exactly.
disagree on?
I already knew what you was gonna say. Yep, I feel you 100%.
Right.
It's all about balance. Can we continue?
Hmm. I did a whole live. I got 300,000 likes and all kind of gifts. You know what I'm saying? And the concept of the live was love requires balance. Like, you know what I'm saying? That was one of my best lives as of recent on the Cosmic Couch. Love requires balance. So if you come to me, that's the only thing I'm talking about. I don't care about that other shit. And I don't really entertain it. I usually hear it and I leave because I know what it leads to, right? Those conversations manifest trauma, they manifest hatred, they manifest disdain, they manifest separation, they manifest all these things, whether it's the truth or not to whoever it's the truth to. Those are the energies that it manifests. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, and nobody can tell me different, right? Right.
No, I see. I feel you. I see how I can definitely do that, especially if you're not a person that can take things and transmute in the moment or look or especially if you need a moment, to be like, oh, and let the and let the information sink in and not be defensive about it and be like, because when you feel like you have to defend something, what was that you were talking about, Rashad, about when it comes to education and what is it, Lovey, um what is the name of it, automata.
Alma mater, your nourishing mother. So
Yes,
when you get
and you feel like you have
educated,
to defend it.
Yeah, that education is a system that creates a motherly bond to you. So when you debate that you've been educated on, you you got to defend it with your life because your mother gave it to you. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, upside down, they replaced your mother and your father, not just your mother. So none of that shit matters to me. It that's not the point I'll ever be trying to prove. I don't care about that stuff. I literally wrote it in my book, white and black, for eternity until they burn down all the libraries. My thoughts exist in the world forever. That's not something I truly wish to argue about. You know what I'm saying? It don't make a difference to me. I'm worried about the shit that matters. Right? They have this thing called divide and conquer. And we've transcended so high above a lot of the principalities that we consider ourselves to be spiritual, right? And in this spiritual realm, there's nothing anybody can show me unless they're a liar that says anything other than balance being the key to everything, right? So if we have transcended to this point and balance is the key to everything, and it's been historically said to be this truth, right? But the enemy of divinity uses divide and conquer as a tool, then anytime I hear division, I know where it came from. So I'm not about to entertain that shit. As soon as I hear division, I know where it came from. And I know who's feeding off of it. And I won't feed into anything that's feeding off of something that's destroying my people.
So, Rashaud, let me ask you this. So you saying that the information that this lady above me was, putting out there, are you saying that's dividing us, or that would be considered as dividing us?
I
I
didn't
would,
take it that way, sis, but I'm gonna let him answer.
No, I'm just asking. I'm asking him a question.
I would say that it's more divisive than anything else.
Um, I just think, like, people's just need to get out their feelings, and people should want to know the truth about things, because regardless of what, I don't care what hurts my feelings, I would rather know the truth over a lie any day, or what we was taught. The
Yeah.
things that we was taught. It's like we gotta unlearn to relearn. About what's really going on.
Right.
So, like, a whole lot of things that I might feel some type of way about, but deep down inside, I know all along, they might be speaking true facts, and can provide the receipts of what they talking about. So,
Okay, so if I was to ask you to provide the receipts to show me that a woman was the first on the earth and everything came from a woman and women were also creating babies by themselves, could you do that?
I mean, all those receipts are within me, so I
Oh
don't
yeah,
have those
see.
type of receipts.
You know what I'm
So
saying? That's what
I
I'm saying.
can, I wouldn't be able to provide those types of
Exactly.
receipts, but I know that that knowledge is in me.
And respectfully, you know what I'm saying? Now if I entertain that concept, then that would mean we've put ourselves in a position where the knowledge within us, one of us has to be wrong. So, like I said, it's divisive more than it is anything else, because now we have no proof of anything. It's just a feeling. And now either your feelings are right and mine are wrong, or my feelings are right and yours are wrong. So now we've created a space where we can only disagree with each other, or
Oh,
one of us
that's
has to
sad.
submit, or one of us has to submit to the other one, right?
That's sad because why can't each perspective? Why? Okay, never mind. Anyways, I see everyone in the comments. I see everyone would love to move on from this conversation, but yeah, I don't know.
I'm just saying,
Like
if it's,
like you said, it's about harmony. It's the goal is harmony. Harmony.
transition to other species, you're actually alive. And when you have so many things going inside you, now you're dealing with things that may oppose your nature while you're dealing with things that your nature is trying to ascend. So it's like an oxymoron. Now you're dealing with an internal battle with inside yourself because now you let things that's unnatural to your own dichotomy in yourself, you know?
shit, makes sense to me. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of crazy ass battles going on this guy. On, you know what I'm saying? We're dealing with a lot of crazy battles, and a lot of people, the battles are within themselves.
Yeah. And that's why I was saying,
Overwhelming.
that's why I was saying earlier that men don't more so think from logic. We had to restore that order because it knocks off the balance of things and give the women back their power. They're a logical species. You have to give her power back and stop trying to harness things that's not of you. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I give power back to the people who deserve their natural essence, what's natural to them by nature.
And that's why I don't go back and forth.
You heard what I said earlier. You know, only reason I entertain it because I F with you the long way. So I'm like, okay, Rashaud want to open this space up. I'm gonna do it. But you know me, you ain't never see me in a divisive live ever because I don't go in those spaces. You know what I'm saying? I don't deal in chaos at all. Period. I fold, bow out, and I got a lot of knowledge. I don't need to prove my knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I only show knowledge when we're having a building live, and that's it. I don't operate in ego. You know what I'm saying? So when I see people that have these philosophies, like you said earlier, I don't argue with them. I be like, hey, y'all got it. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna let y'all deal with that. You know?
You might see me in chaotic lives, but when I get on the panel, I'm trying to restore order. You feel me? And, I might fuck around a little bit, but I'm really trying to restore some order. You know what I mean? But I only entertained it because I was kind of curious to see how like you and Holly Advance were would approach and Samuel would approach that situation because I hear it happen a lot, but I've never heard none of y'all talk on that subject. So I was like, well, let me just see real quick because usually those kind of conversations when I hear them being had, it's with women that believe women they came first, and a lot of them be like anti men, and then it'd be men that really seem anti women, and they argue because like they want to one up on each other. But I knew y'all were different kind of men. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, ooh, I want to see how they respond to this. You know what I'm saying? Just a perspective from men that actually respect women. I thought it would be interesting to see.
But y'all keep saying that we came up here to like argue with somebody or trying to make it seem as if we putting a man down or something like that, or trying to like raise the females up because of what we were speaking on. Again, we did not come up here to argue with anyone, only for a conversation, only to just touch on that topic. Just, that is a topic that everybody need to be touching on, and it might be irrelevant to y'all, but it's like an important thing, that I was sent back down here, well, I ascended back down here to do, to put out real knowledge and the truth about what's really going on. But some people just don't go that deep, you know and I think people should go deeper than what they at at deeper than the situation that's at hand right now. And again, we did not come up here for an argument. And that's only showing y'all ego by even saying that about us.
Who said y'all came up here for? Who said that?
I mean, you just stated that like twice already.
I said y'all came up here to argue.
Yes, and like you like, I'm not gonna go back and forth because I don't entertain that type of situation when it comes down to stuff like that because of the knowledge. I mean, everybody don't know everything. We all still here learning.
And that's a fact. But just because I don't want to go back and forth doesn't mean just like how
I
you said
mean,
I did.
but it's like you
One
talking
second,
about us right
one
now,
second,
though.
1 second, 1 second. You made the same comment. You said I didn't come up here to go back and forth. The only thing is I said the same thing you said. So what makes yours more righteous and mine is wrong because I
I
said it.
only said that I'm going off of what you stated. I didn't just come up here all out the blue and stated that I'm not here to go back and forth with nobody because I didn't even consider it like that kind of kind of a conversation that we was having or whatever. You know, I didn't, consider it as that. I mean, you said that from the get go. Actually, you said it about 3 times.
Yeah, but that didn't mean that if I'm not willing to entertain it, it's not an argument then. It takes two people to go back and forth to create an argument, right?
You still made it seem the way you said it. You made it seem as if we came on this panel to like, go back and forth with you on some, or because we having a disagreement. because we not agreeing to the same thing, then you made it seem as if because we said the women's was on this came to these lands first, that as if we was like, trying to make it like who was here first and who was here and who was not here first. But it's not all about that. We only came up here just to say what the real knowledge is, like about the women's from a woman's perspective.
And that's fine. Did
And
you have something
like,
to add?
Can I just interject real quick,
Go
sis?
ahead.
I, uh, sis. Uh, okay. If mm, um, I just want to say that I'm not sure how you feel, how you're. Well, I kind of do, but how you feel on the inside with what they're saying, because it feels deflect, you feel like you're defending your position, and you don't have to defend anything, mama. You don't have to defend anything. This was never an argument. It was a discussion amongst the panel and in the comments. um and yeah, I just want to say that this was never an argument. It was always a discussion. And we can, and just like I don't remember who said it, but we can always agree to disagree.
If I may, I like to add to the discussion. Salutations, everyone. Um,
Salute.
Salutations, beautiful.
you. I think. Well, I know one thing. Accountability is extremely important, and we have to, as ladies and as women, as goddesses. Excuse me, as goddesses, because we know what that women and everything is all about. We need to really exercise our discernment. Um, I'm a little bit annoyed, being honest, because the conversation, I didn't pick up on any energy where the brothers today were speaking down on women. These brothers have been respectful, they have been honoring the women, the divine feminine energy, and they were building. And when I speak about taking accountability, sis, I'm speaking about recognizing, though you may not have been trying to come up here and be divisive, the energy definitely shifted when you introduced that part into the conversation. I was left wondering, where did it come from and how was it pertinent to the conversation? I was confused because I don't recall the brothers ever mentioning anything about a patriarchal society, coming from a patriarchal standpoint. They were uplifting us as women from what I could see. Yesterday, we had a beautiful conversation with the women where we all were on the panel. We were loving each other. We were lifting each other up. It was a beautiful energy. That would have been a beautiful moment to have this conversation. And that's what I mean about having the spirit of discernment. That's what us goddesses are supposed to have. We are known as having wisdom. And it's sounding to me like you're not seeing at all how the conversation and the tone and the vibe shifted. And at this moment, it feels like you are engaging back and forth, saying that you didn't come up to do a certain thing, but in essence, you came up and asked or brought up a conversation that wasn't being had. So I'm just wondering, can you see or take accountability for what happened? And
why should I have to take accountability for anything? I got invited up here on the panel, and I didn't disrespect nobody or say anything wrong or try to create an argument going back and forth with anyone on this panel. So I'm just trying to find out, why should I take accountability for anything when I haven't did nothing wrong?
that gives the answer. You don't feel you
You're-
did anything wrong. I wasn't saying you did anything wrong. I said if you
yeah.
did acknowledge the vibe shifted with the point of the conversation that you introduced.
I mean, I said something in the comments, and that's how I even get invited up on the panel. I guess he wanted to know what I was talking about in the comments. So that's when I came up and said what I said.
I got you. just wanted to share that. That was my perspective on it. I do feel that balance is very important. Reading The Great Cosmic Mother, it's a beautiful book where it's talking about before patriarchy, there were a lot of the Venus figurines were venerated and honored all over the world. So this goddess energy was definitely revered highly. But that's the conversation, again, discernment. Read the room. You know what I mean? It's like the conversations when is there. That's all I'm saying.
Appreciate you. How you doing? I am Goddess.
Peace, everybody. Yeah, shout out to
Hey, how
everybody.
are you
I
guys?
see y'all. I see what y'all come up here to save the day and shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, me and Intrinsic, we was getting backed into a corner. You know what I'm saying? Y'all came right on time because I didn't know what the hell was going on. I was like, wait a minute, this ain't the place. To be honest with you, I read The Great Cosmic Mother all my life. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is like, we don't have to have this discussion. It's me. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe I've that's part of the studies that I have is that book. You know what I'm saying? And it was in that book where I found out, oh shit, and then I started doing the studies on the actual science, and I realized that, every child is indifferent before it's anything, right? Just like in the universe, the energy is an indifferent thing. It just all connects. But I don't want to get back into it. We're making our way out of it. I don't want to bring it back. But all I'm saying is this is a place where we uplift each other in a system of balance. You feel me? I'm sure there are many places you can go where it might be an argument. And then when I did use the word argument, I wasn't talking about this specific conversation. I was just using it. I got corrected and I was like, you know what? It is a discussion. Right? So nobody really mentioned arguing or anything. It's never been an argument or nothing like that. I just wanted clarification. I can't even remember what you said in the comments, but I was like, ooh, clarification would be good. And then, like I said, I know the brothers on my panel, I know how we feel about women. So I was like, this could be a decent conversation just to see where everybody stands. You know what I'm saying? But I would never, anybody who frequents my lives, even before the Cosmic Couch, like back in the day, they know that this is not a place where I let arguments happen. I don't do that. You feel me? There's never been an argument in my lives ever before. And there never will be. And if I feel like it's gonna get to an argument, I'm gonna shut it all down. You feel me? I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? There ain't never been no arguments here.
You know what I want to do, Rashaud? I don't mean to cut you off, but while I'm thinking about it, let's take argument, man. Let's take the word argument, intrinsic. Because I tell you, that word is deep, right? It has multiple layers. Let's get into argumentative or argument, family. Intrinsic, you mind?
Yeah. I'll let Rashaud lead it off, and I'll ping off him.
I've never seen nobody break these words down like intrinsic, man.
Argument is statements and reasoning in support of a proposition or causing belief in a doubtful matter, right? So but the thing about arguments is they consist of accusations, right? But evidence, support, and proof must be made clear, right? Otherwise, it results in a quarrel, right? And then a quarrel would lead you to something like a debate, which means to make war, right? It's pretty simple.
Up and she probably wanted to.
No, you can go ahead. I came up here to shift the field.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you ready? So it says an exchange of diverting or opposite views, typically a heated or angry one. But when we look at diverging, right? Diverging is a path or lines going in two different ways, right? At the same time. So are y'all familiar with a convex and a concave lines?
Yep.
So that's what we're experiencing. When they say they have inverted reality, hold on, let me get this picture pulled up so y'all can see. So for people who don't know what it is, the convex is the shape of your eye, right? Hold on, let me pull it up so you can see. Where is it at? It's the shape of your eye. And when you start from one point and you start the oval, and the other person started at the other point and they start the oval, by the time y'all get to the end, the lines are going to intersect. You see? That's what created the x-axis. It's the intersection, the input from two different perspectives intersecting across one another. But when you have here we go. Hold on, let me see. Pull it up right here. Blow it up, Rashaud. I can't blow it up.
Say, are you able to switch the screen so can we see it? So we can see.
See this right here? This is the concave. So when they say they're inverting something, that means that you start at this point and you're coming around this point, and this person is coming around this point, and y'all are trying to be similar and connect, but you can't connect because y'all both went outwardly from each other. It's like crushing a can. That's what inversion does. You see, it's inverted. You see, but when you're not inverted, this is what you represent. It's the eye. It's the all-seeing eye. You coming from this direction, this person coming from this direction, and y'all will eventually intersect. You see, that's balance. You see that? The thinner edges and the thicker edges, convex and concave.
You know what? That convex, you know what else that reminds me of? The convex reminds me of the crowning, right? You know what I'm saying? And then what are those two circles that overlap each other?
Come on, like the Olympic rings.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the two circles that overlap, right? But that's the same concept as the crowning of a child or whatever the case may be, right? It's the same concept, right? So on one side you have red, on the other side you have blue, but in that middle part you have the crown chakra, which is purple, right? So when it comes down to it, the goal is to meet in that what convex, right? Or what the convex, right?
Yeah, convex, yes.
Which is the middle ground, right? And then from there, with you're operating in righteousness. This is once again balance, in a sense, right? That's what it always leads to. In every dynamic, in every aspect of life, you're gonna find yourself back to a point where the only solution is balance.
Yeah, and so another aspect of it, it says an opinion, a theory, or an approach, etc. So it's the things that have to do with a personal thing, but not an actual thing. You see what I'm saying? That's what theory is, just something they're theorizing, and the approach is personal, right? But it's not actually applied to everyone or everything or most things. You see, and the thing that we're talking about when we're talking about the argument is like prime example. You see how in the old church they call themselves the way. Remember, are you familiar? I know y'all familiar with that. Y'all heard that term before, the way, right?
Yeah.
So, but they also say God moves through the what? The spirit, right? Through is like a tunnel. Envision a tunnel, right? And a tunnel is on a course like water going through a tunnel. That's you, your spirit. You're going through the tunnel. You have a trajectory. You have somewhere you're going. But then you have somebody outside the tunnel that's remote viewing you. Here we go with that remote viewing. And they see the trajectory of where you're going. And they say, you know what? I don't like that. They like that dude in Belly with that banana. Y'all remember that? He said, I don't like that shit. I'm gonna drop a dime on that fool.
Time on that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's how the remote viewers do. And they see your trajectory, they see your destiny, and guess what? They want to take the tunnel and they want to bend it at the end to take you off course. You see what I'm saying? So you see how you're going in a certain direction, But then when you have somebody that's trying to take you in another direction, they try to beat you to the punch before you even get there. To basically create the destiny to where they want you to get to. And that's what like an argument is. It's basically somebody's going to have to submit and take you off course based on somebody reviewing you externally than what you are. And I'll land there. You could have a big screen back, bro.
That kind of sound like what I said earlier when I said
And I just want to say
somebody's
that
gonna have to
remember that
submit.
this is just breaking down the word, the etymology of the word argument. I see people in the comments talking about, what they're saying. We're not saying that we were having an argument, because we know what we were having was a discussion. But is it Bishop? Is it Bishop Hiley? Is because I can't see your full name. I just see Hiley. Was you said let's break down the word. Let's look at the etymology of the word argument. I just wanted to reiterate that. Okay, bye.
Yeah, I'm kind of offended too because highly advanced was like intrinsic. I ain't never seen a nigga break down words like you. Can you do it? Like, God damn, son.
Man, I'm sick of Rashaud.
Damn, never. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I invited intrinsic over here
Man,
for a
shout out
reason.
to Rashaud Poet, man. God
Most definitely. That's the big bro.
damn.
Gotta give you your flowers.
Hey, y'all know how I get down. I'm a jealous guy. Hey,
Give him his finger hearts, y'all. Give him his finger hearts. Let's meet that goal. Oh, the goal ended. Oh, well, I did.
Okay, let me give y'all the science real quick. A lot of words I don't I break them down. I don't really go into any books when we talk about etymology. A lot of this stuff is within us because we are the books, right? So let me break it down. Argument. ARG. Let's start there. ARG. Arg. To shine. To brighten. White light. Arg. ARG. You family, right? Y'all wanna know what you is. Mint, government, right? Entanglement, right? These things meant we know have something to do with the mental. So when we put this word together, right? We get shine, arg, ARG. I shine over you mentally, right? When we going back and forth, it's a back and forth tuggle. That's why you is in the middle, right? Because I'm arguing with you. I'm trying to gain control of your mentality, right? Argument. You ate with that one. I'm done. That just came off the top of the dome, man. I'm sorry.
hey, nah. That was fire. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but the thing about it, all right. So let's add on to that because what is the light? Intrinsic knows what the light is. The light is the illusion, right? So when somebody submits, it's usually because they don't feel like entertaining an argument. So the other person has the illusion of a victory, right? Because this shit is never gonna be what it's supposed to be. And then when you argue in front of company, it's back to entertainment. And entertainment is to keep someone in the same state of mind, right? So 9 times out of 10, when an argument is happening, which means to wrangle in a debate, right? So you're fish in an argument, you're fishing for a debate, right? Because you can't argue by yourself. You feel me? So you have to fish for a debate, right? And once the debate takes place, the entertainment takes place, and whoever believed in whatever they believed before the argument started, due to the entertainment spell that's been casted on them, they're going to leave with the same belief systems that they already had, right? So that's why I said 10 minutes ago, 10 minutes and 35 seconds and 42 milliseconds ago, I said everybody's free to believe what they want to believe. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to argue belief systems. I'm just here to talk about what's happening right now in front of us. And to as a union of people, a nation, a collective, a balanced collective, regain our power, and that's all I'm focused on, to regain our power. My live, I didn't talk about what a woman should do or a man should do separately. I talked about them in unison on how, as men and women, the way we can speak to each other in order to put ourselves back into our positions of power. And that's something that we have to do together.
So I wanted to bring something to the table, right? Because I see this a lot, and this has been thrown around a lot, right? Where people say that two things can happen at the same time, right? Two things can be true at the same time, right? That is true, but not in the same place. You see how that works? Because we can't go left and right at the same time. We can't go up and down. Things don't exist in the same time frame, but they are inherently true. It's possible that you can go left or right. You feel what I'm saying? And that's why we get into what's called the argument, because one person be like, oh, it's my truth, your truth, and then the truth. You see, they always put the truth in the middle because the truth don't take a direction. It just is.
And that's why I wanted to create the situation in our minds when it first was popping off. What was said, what made the certain thoughts come to mind, and why were the thoughts brought forth to the conversation. That was my only intention, was to try to help that part to come back. But if it did not achieve that, I understand. But that was what my thought process was, and I thought that it would be helpful. But
Yeah,
Did
you
you
did
you was here yesterday, wasn't you? Because I sent you the comments, right?
Yeah,
Aurora?
she was here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Was you there when I was reading the Serpents of Wisdom when I read that passage?
I think so. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and it said that it resounds. You see, resounds meaning echo in their hearts. So the thing is they send out vibrations and frequencies, right? That resound in people. You see what I'm saying? It recites like a musical. You feel what I'm saying? And when you get in sync with it, now you tether your vibration and your frequency to it. So therefore, when you come along, no matter what other things that you encounter, the frequency that you're on, you're always you will try to suck things into that because that's the level that you're on. That's what's called fixed, right? But when you're more malleable, no matter where you're fixed at, you can fluctuate through vibrations and through frequencies because don't frequencies set at different tunes? It's not just one tune. You know what I'm saying? Don't vibrations fluctuate up and down? So you have to be malleable. But when you're fixed, you're just at one level.
It sounds like you're describing water, and we are the epitome of water. You got to flow.
Yeah, you got to flow. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't mean that just go with anything. Because some people think that, oh, no, 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 no. It doesn't mean go with anything. It mean being flexible because I have learned information. And just like a lot of us probably that has had, teachings, we learn something at 5, but guess what? We always learning every day that we might learn something at 15. We be like, you know what? That what I learned at 5. I wish I had this wisdom at 5 that I do now at 15. You know what I'm saying? Because we're constantly always checking ourselves to make sure the equation and the answers are right. And a lot of times, sometimes we might be not wrong, but it just wasn't on point, as on point. So we mold it so therefore it could be more precise. And that's it.
Yeah, I fuck with that. Hey, look, y'all, I put another live goal up there, and the only reason I did it is because I want y'all to keep it real. In 1,000 other lives, that shit would have turned into some bullshit, and they would have sat back and let it happen. But that shit don't happen here on the Cosmic Couch, right? So let's get a snap, 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 snap for righteousness and virtue, because that's what we maintain in this space. And I created this space so that we can maintain righteousness and virtue. And when situations like this do arise, we love each other enough that we could talk it out and we could work through it, right? Because Our goal is to work together. You feel me? And it is what it is. So sometimes these things are going to take place. And it's cool for y'all to be in the comments like, where is this going? But just trust in me that I'm not going to let it go nowhere that's going to take us off the path. You know what I'm saying? But these conversations do have to take place every once in a while just to see where everybody's at, right? You know, but the fact that we could reel it in, we could all still be on the panel and we can all still be friends and nobody got dropped, nobody got unfollowed, nobody's gonna leave and make a background and say Rashaud said fuck women. You know what I'm saying? None of that shit's about to happen. We could give a snap for that. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Because we've all done our history and we know the whole world's against us, so we can't be against each other. That's just the end of it. The whole world's against us. We can't be against each other. You know what I'm
Hello.
saying?
That's a gem right there, brother. That's a gem. Put me on the big screen right quick. Brothers and sisters, we are not each other's enemy. We do it. We do this to have a dialogue. We do this to grow and develop into something. We're at school, okay? Know thyself. This is the whole law, family. The foundation in which all law is rooted. Who quoted this? I did. This is my work. Each and every one of us is a entity or intellectual in their own right, right? So that's why we can say that we are not each other's enemy. As a matter of fact, I'm my own worst enemy. Why? Because this is the biggest battle you're looking at right now. It's the knowledge for myself. And that's my biggest battle that I've had to date. And it's been a great battle because I already won, right? I just got to play out this so-called dimension. I have to play this thing out, right? But family, this is the biggest, one of the deepest things that you can ever do, right? In this realm. This is one of the largest, one of the biggest fights that we could actually have. Not with each other, but with yourself, your higher self, your lower self. Bringing them into one. We know our ego and our higher self is one, right? Just like so-called Jesus and Satan, or Satan and God, right? These are different dimensions that we have to so-called fight or go against. Well, all of it is about balance, and Rashaud said it earlier, right? You see how this conversation went from going into maybe possibly an ego thing, right? Where we grab the ego by the collar, right? Get your ass from over here and sit your ass down. Let me learn you something. And that's what we did. That's who we are, family. So I'd like to say salute and thank Rashaud for this live. It was a pertinent live because it was very important because we all got to share, right? And that's what this is about. A share and awareness. You know what, Rashaud? I moved to say this. I say we have a awareness week. Like once a week, we have a live with as many as people as possible, and we only talk about things that are going on in the so-called Babylon. I'll say, let's discuss those things. That just came from out of nowhere. I appreciate y'all. You can take me down. Know thyself, family. The root of all law. Thank you.
I fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? And then we can approach these situations together. Because what were you saying, Intrinsic, about the logic, right? So if we could start approaching these situations together as a team, I promise you more situations will get solved, right? But before we could solve these outside situations, we got to solve these inside situations, and all that takes is togetherness. It don't take much. We feel like we're miles and miles apart sometimes, but in reality, we are way more close than we think. You know what I'm saying? We're way more close than we think. All we gotta do is give each other a goddamn hug. You feel me? You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You might be right across the street. All I gotta do is be like, hey yo, and bring your ass across the street and let's hug. I think it's too simple. I think sometimes we get distracted because the solutions are too easy. You know what I'm saying? They're so easy
Too
sometimes.
easy.
You know what I'm saying? They're so easy
Right.
sometimes it seems crazy. You can't fathom it because when you start to talk about solutions, you're like, oh shit. And then when the solutions get brought up, it puts you in a position where now you could be a part of the problem or the part of the solution. But to be a part of the solution, things have to change. And change is a scary motherfucker. But if we can be together when these changes happen, then it just won't be as scary as we thought it was.
Definitely stated. And this is an opportunity. We can set the tone for what goes forward. People seeing divine feminine, divine masculine coming together in a place of unison, having productive and healthy conversations, steeping in healing and spirituality is a beautiful thing. Let's make that the norm so that the others that are having these gender war debates, they look funny and they look out of place and out of pocket. And they feel uncomfortable doing that now because we are setting the standard of how we treat each other. And then it trickles down and we just keep it going. They are afraid of us doing this. They don't want us to do this because they know us together is a force to be reckoned with. We already formidable by ourselves, but together it benefits certain powers that be to keep us separate and at each other's necks. We have to put an end to that.
I agree. I agree. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Peace, property, prosperity. What's good? I missed, you know what I'm saying, the peak of what was happening, but you know, we just gonna keep it pushing. I agree wholeheartedly. Like, yo, that's that Vesca Pisces energy my man's was just talking about. You know what I'm saying? The blending. You know what I'm saying? Pisces is like,
It's hard to hear you, brother.
oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, it's like it sounds like you're moving around.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, you might have the headphones in or something. Hey, tap the screen, everybody. Let's get to 200K. We almost there. Hey, I appreciate everybody. This is the Cosmic Couch. You come in, kick off your shoes, relax your feet, sit back and relax while we talk about divine things and growth and development. You know what I'm saying? Tap the screen, shed alive, and all that good stuff. We got a gift goal for the finger snaps because when a poet cooks, you snap your fingers. That's just how it works. If you ever been to a poetry slam, you know what I'm saying? And my name is Rashaud the Poet or Rashad Poet, you know, Rashad the God, you know what? All that good shit. You feel me? Rashad Poet, for real. That's my name. You know what I'm saying? So
Don't start acting up for shot. You be acting up.
hey, look, hey, I'm doing my best. You feel me? I'm trying. I'm trying.
But
All
nah,
right.
for
Can y'all
real.
hear
But
me
not
now,
for
or do I
real.
still sound like
I
I'm moving?
just want to say gratitude to you because I'm sorry because I'm finna stop down because I have to go to work on this good solar return of mine. Um, so I just want to say gratitude to you, God, for creating this space. I love it here, and I know you love having me. I love being here. Y'all make sure y'all continue to give those gifts. Tap the screen. Make sure y'all share because I'm sure he's still gonna be on here for a minute because he love this shit. So, but I love y'all, and I love you so much for creating this space where we're able to have
I
these
love you
kind of
too.
conversations and come together and be a community. You know, it
I
means a
love you
lot
too, and
coming from,
I
especially
like the
coming
way
from someone
I like
who,
the way you curse.
yeah.
Happy solar return around the sun.
Oh yeah, everybody, put happy solar return in the comments or happy birthday, whatever y'all do. Everybody be saying some different shit. People trying to be special and all that stuff. Happy new coming to the old coming age. You know, whatever the fuck y'all believe in.
Um,
Happy home shom homa shom. Put that shit in the comments for Aquarian, because today is that special day. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Honors to her parents because it's also a special day for them.
Right, Rashaud, because guess what? My mama used to
To
get drunk on
gratitude.
every year my birthday came.
Yeah,
Hell
because
yeah.
your mother birthday was yesterday, right, Aquarian?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Her heavenly, but she's in, and well, her mindset, her spirit is off in her heaven or doing her duties, her spiritual duties, her ancestral duties off in the spirit realm. My father, too. Neither one of my parents are here, but you know, it's all good. I've worked on my you're not finna trap me back in the rope me back up in here telling another story. God damn. 5 minutes. Okay, so working on that, working on that parental relationship, right? I told y'all yesterday about, or even was that earlier today? Good God, I've been on. Okay, I think
Nah,
that was earlier today.
you ain't been nowhere. It was yesterday, and the only you remember this live. You feel me?
Yes, I listen. I've been in it. Okay, was abusive. My mother absent, but there was no love given. So I had to sit with that and and transmute that depression, right? I sat with that and was like, you know what? My parents, I had to forgive them, right? And I was like, I don't know what they went through growing up, through their childhood, and what was done to them, because what was done to them is what they have carried on. And instead of breaking it, they don't know any better to do so. So they did what they could with what they had. So working with that energy. Oh, and also with my mother. I'll take it a step deeper. Yes, it was. It was on I Am God Frequencies Live. I'll take it a step further with my mother. I had said I was in a meditation, and I was doing some shadow work, and I was like, and I came to an epiphany. I was like, you know what? I was like, this is generational, right? So if I was ever, you know what, mother? If I was ever your mother, or someone, or an older sister, or someone who caused you harm, who made you, who imprinted on you for you to continue this. Thank you, dear, for you to continue the behavior, because it was brought back full circle. Because how else would I have known? How else would I be in this position to be the one to break these curses, these things that are continuing? No more, no more, no more, no more, no more, no fucking more will it be in my bloodline. No more. And that's just how I feel about it. Okay, y'all. I love y'all.
We love you too, sis. We appreciate you. Hey, y'all continue to tap the screen, share the live out. Have a great live. Cosmic Couch, Rashaud Ford. Hey, family, while we up here, let's have an announcement. Speaking of boots on the ground, right? We have a lot of events that are happening in the real world, and these events are connecting the Americans, the original Americans together. So I like to say, if you any guys you're having any events, you know what I'm saying? I Am God Frequency, she's having an event. Um, I'm going to be there. Anybody else having any events that's happening? Let's share these things, family. Let's have a discussion. Not on these apps. Let's actually begin to come outside and meet. There's a lot of things going on in reality right now, right? And we are a part of that. We are the stars right now. This is a great movie going on, right? Starring the originals. I'm gonna end it right there. Appreciate y'all.
Hey yo, I'm with all that. I'm trying to be a vendor. You know what I'm saying? I know it's a lot of things going on in Texas, and it's a lot of things going on in the A. You know what I'm saying? Outside of them areas, I'm not too familiar, and I'm not sure where y'all is from. But especially like, you know what I'm saying, midsummer, and you know what I'm saying, the second quarter of the year. Excuse me, the second half of the year. Second half of the year, I'm trying to pop out. I got my tent. I got all my stuff. You know what I'm saying? I just need tell me where to go. That's all I'm trying to see. You feel me?
I
So
got
where?
one for you. I got one for you.
Wait,
I'm gonna
hold on.
inbox.
Before
Matter of fact, I'm
All
gonna
right, I'm gonna
inbox
go ahead and
all
follow you.
y'all.
I'm going to follow you.
with that being said, I don't know if who. Well, I am God frequency. Oh, well, there we go. She's right on time. She heard the call before the call was made.
Oh yeah, for
That's
sure.
right.
No, I seen her doing one last year, and I had just missed it because I was already booked for another situation. But yeah, yo, I'm trying to get outside with it. Trying to get outside with that. This all this online stuff is cool, but we trying to get outside and meet each other, greet each other, and be each other and everything. You feel me?
Facts. Yeah. So I agree 100%. I am God frequency. You know, the panel is yours. Like, if you want to show anything, if you want to say anything, take as much time as you need. When you come here, you could do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying?
So
Thank
again, family,
you.
everybody do. Okay, there she go, right there. There she go.
Can you guys see me? Okay. So
Yep.
for those of you that are interested,
Wait,
we
is your
are
camera on?
no,
Okay, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, no, I don't see you, but all right, keep going.
no. I was trying to turn it on, but this is fine. As long as y'all can hear me. We are having Quantum Fest in the month of June this year, and we are looking for vendors. We're looking for speakers. We're looking for entertainers. We are looking for volunteers. We're looking for anyone that feels like they want to be a part of something absolutely amazing. This is our second annual festival out in Houston, Texas. Last year, we had an amazing time. Rashaud was one of the keynote speakers, and he did absolutely amazing. I think you sold you sold out of all of your books, right?
Yeah, I sold every single one of them. Right when I got off the
Yeah.
stage, I didn't even, by the time I made it to the building, I didn't even have no more books left.
Right. So we are looking for people just like you guys. I would love to be able to meet each and every one of you. But it is in Houston, Texas. And if you go to the website right now and sign up for all the updates, we also have an amazing app. It's called Quantum Fest Companion, where everything will be inside of this amazing app, and you'll be able to meet people within the app before you even get to the festival. So you'll be able to make connections with each and every person that is going to purchase a ticket, whoever is going to be on the main stage speaking, doing workshops. We have so many different things that we're pushing out for June 27th and 28th. Also, for a lot of you guys that are on the panel right now, I definitely want to personally invite you guys to the private party. We're going to be having a private party, and we're going to be honoring Rashaud during that time as well. So I'm super excited for Quantum Fest. This is our second annual, and I can't wait for it to reach the 50th, 60th. And yeah, so that's pretty much it, Rashaud. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, I might have to drive down there this time because the way things went last time, I might have to drive so I could bring more books and stuff. Because
Yeah.
people was spending money. I ain't gonna
Hey,
lie.
me next, me next. I'm trying to sell out right there with you.
I'll
So
come down. Like
one
we said, I'm in
thing,
Dallas.
you in Dallas? Oh, awesome. So one thing about last year for the festival, every vendor had an amazing experience at Quantum Fest. Everyone left, I can say this, everyone left with their pockets fat. Let me tell you, I don't care what it was that they brought as a vendor, they sold out of everything. It was an amazing experience to witness. They sold out of everything, family.
You know, that's beautiful for one big reason, and that biggest reason is everybody up in here is some OGs, and that's why we be arguing with each other like married couples and brothers and sisters. And it's really about the new people and the people that need guidance from real ninjas, from real indigenous folks. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of people out here being led astray, blind leading the blind. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people that's getting out false information, false prophet. What do you call it? Like bad diviners, people that's like shitty diviners. You know what I'm saying? Like, who is you channeling? Like, what is you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo,
Right.
we need to show up and show. They need to buy our stuff. They need to support. I'm quitting my job to serve my community, the broader American. Like, yo, I'm telling you, this really that year.
Yeah, this is
I'm
that
ready for
year,
It
everything.
is.
I'm ready for everything.
2026.
That
That's right.
second
Yeah,
quarter, second half of this
2026
year,
is that
I'm letting
year.
this job go, and I'm with the people. I did the Alkaline Festival last year. That was my first vendor spot. You know what I'm saying? And it rained. It was, it was still a beautiful experience. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm doing this. Whatever you see me doing on my page, I'm doing. I'm gonna be doing for a living as of this year.
So I want
That
to ask
happened.
Rashaud where he at. I'm going to follow. Well, I'm pretty much following everybody that's on here. So if one of the things that we also do, if you are trying to become a vendor and you are needing to get products in order to sell there, you have to let us know. You have to reach out to us because we help you set up your businesses also so you can prepare for Quantum Fest. So if any of you have been trying to leave your 9 to 5s and you want an opportunity to see what it's like to be an independent seller, the perfect time for you to do that would be at Quantum Fest. We helped many people last year incorporate their companies. We taught them where to find the funding, how to purchase product for retail. We did so many things for the community. We did. Listen, I can't tell everything right in this one few minutes, but we made sure that everybody that showed up to support us, we returned that energy right back to them. We returned that energy right back to them. So I'm super excited. This is something that my ancestors wanted me to do for the community. And this is our second year. And I'm excited and I hope to see each and every one of you guys there.
That's beautiful. It's nice. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet everybody out here. I'm following everybody out here. Appreciate you. I'm going ahead and mute up.
Okay. So if any of you
Another
have,
thing, guys. Can you guys hear me?
we can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay. Thank you, I am God Frequency. Uh, the priest will definitely be there this year. We also have an event. Crew Cutter has an event in May. So we're going to be gathering information on that and sharing it with you guys. But before I drop, because I'm going to have to leave, but before I drop, I want to say this. Keep up the good work we're doing, family, right? We're sharing awareness, we're growing, and we are recreating. We are changing the whole dynamics in this reality right now. And I just want to say, keep up the good work. Also, before I drop, deep, everyone that's up here has a talent, has something going on. This should be shared amongst us, right? I do organics. The priestess and myself, we do organic. Not only healing, but we have organic products, organic oils, soaps, toothpaste, deodorant, and whatnot. So I think it's everything technically. So I believe that we should share these things amongst each other a lot because, like we said, this is a new family. When you talking about the new world order, we the goddamn new world order. I'm gonna end it right there. I appreciate you, Rashaud. Great live. You can drop me anytime, guys.
All right. Gratitude, man. It's always good to hear your wisdom, bro, and be safe out there.
Already appreciate you guys.
Oh my God, this is like a devil. Shout out to Holly Advance. I hope everybody followed Holly Advance. That's another amazing gentleman. I appreciate all his wisdom that he brings to the table. Everybody I fuck with brings a lot of information to the table, and that's the reason why I fuck with you. Even if you're just in the comments, same thing. But does anybody else have anything that they want to share? Like, as in ventures and products or whatever the case may be, feel free. Just let me know. Y'all can come up here and shout your shit out real quick. Now's the time. Don't be shy. Scared money don't make money and all that other shit. You feel me? So if you want to talk about your shit, hit the panel. Let me know. Be like, hey, Rashaud, I got some shit and I want to share it. Because if I keep talking about balance and coming together, that's one of the main things we got to do. We got to come together when it comes to these businesses and the we most of y'all were probably here throughout the entirety of the live when I read that interview from Mr. Chow, right? Y'all remember that interview I read from Mr. Chow, and he was talking about, if we call them racist, right? Because their view on our indifferences or whatever, what could we call ourselves, right? So, and however that shit went, but y'all know what I mean. We got to support each other. And we got to support each other like there's nobody else with the product, right? And we got to remember, like, when you're starting small, sometimes the shit costs you more to get it. So the price that you charge for it might be a little bit more. Don't come to me for something that they sell in Walmart and expect my prices to be better than Walmart when their shit's getting mass produced in Asia. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm making my shit by hand and theirs is getting mass produced in Asia, and you want me to beat their prices. Come on, we got to be realistic, right? Now, if it's crazy, then it's crazy, but we also have to be able to look at, like, the common sense factor of the thing. I can't expect nobody that's hand making something in their house, spending all the hours that it takes to do it, one sewing machine, to give me the same price as Nike or Polo. Come on, it's impossible, right? So we got to think about that kind of shit. We got to get to the point where we would rather pay an extra $5 just to support our people, and we see that as the way we operate. You know what I'm saying? That has to be the natural order of how we move. Yo, it costs it, man. We could go over there, but it costs an extra $5. Who owns it? One of us. Well, I'm paying the extra $5, and it is what it is. I spent $5 on weaker shit than that. You know, that's how we gotta be. And once we get like that, right? People talk about delineation, but the only reason why it's so hard to delineate is because every time we have the opportunity to support each other, we don't. So these other nations are able to come into our neighborhoods, open up shop, you know what I'm saying? And they have the connections because they got the loans from the government in order to take our money and keep our money from circulating in our community. You don't think this is a setup? And then you'll go to these other people, and as soon as you open the door, there's a goddamn gate on the windows. There's plastic or there's bulletproof glass in front of the cashier, and they wouldn't shake your hand if your life depended on it. And 9 times out of 10, you hand them the money in their hand, and what do? Hey, don't lie to me. When you hand these people the money in their hand, what do when they give you your change?
Put it on the counter.
They put it on the counter.
Yeah. I wanted to elaborate on something while you was right there because you just mentioned Nike, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that Nike was a Greek goddess?
Well, yeah, I know.
This is for the audience too. You know what I'm saying? And Nike was an ancient Greek goddess who personified victory in war, athletic competitions, and the art of war, and arts too as well.
Fact. Hey, look, and the thing about Nike, right? So the thing about Nike, right, is all the powerful women, they seem to have some kind of affinity for, like, the Amazon women, Amazonians, and Medusa, and half that. But Nike makes her name for destroying one of the most world-renowned Amazonian women, which is Medusa, right? And gets her head chopped off and puts it in her shield Her shield's name is Aegis, and the shield contains Medusa's head, right? Now, the interesting thing about this is, a lot of people have an affinity for California. And if you look on the California state seal, you're going to see that unaliving being honored on that state seal, but you got niggas in California rocking Nikes. That's a crazy combination. That means you stand for these other nations conquering your people. But hey, look, I ain't going, I ain't judging. We listen and we don't judge.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, you know who is another Greek goddess? Justice. You know where the justice altar is? That courtroom. That courtroom is set up like a whole altar. That's why that thing elevated, looking down on you, cause you the sacrifice to the altar of justice. You see what I'm saying? Blind, sword, everything. You feel me?
Facts. I got this video that y'all could check out if y'all follow me everywhere. But a video you could check out that talks about like the court system and how they're doing magic in the courtroom, right? And one of the ways that they have, other than what he's saying, there's another way that they have the court set up. They have the court set up like a sigil, right? And you know that you show up with a mask on, pretending to be a dead body, right? So they have to summon you and everything. It's a whole video. It gets pretty deep. I could get into it now, but it would probably take a while. And then I'd have to find all the slides and shit and bring it up and, go through the whole thing. But it's pretty much the same seal that Solomon used to protect himself from evil spirits and to bring them back into this world. To protect him, the same thing in the courtroom. Where? I can't say it.
You know, you said seal, and that reminded me, they be having like the state seal and the county seal on the wall, dead center, as soon as you walk in, right behind the judge in his black robe. And if you run an altar in real life, where you put your sigil at, where you put your seal at. You know what I'm saying? If you do like daily work or hourly work, you see what I'm saying? Working with the planetary hours and whatnot, like it's the same setup. It's the same setup. You know what I'm saying? If you're talking about, all right, you got the voice, that's the air. You got actions being taken care of. You see what I'm saying? That's fire. Everybody got a certain percentage of water in them. You see what I'm saying? And the earth, resist us so that we might be able to live here in the first place. Everything is accounted for. We spirits, we showing up in human form with you, you know what I'm saying, in proprio persona and all that. And then just like you were saying, like the judge is gonna simultaneously rotate through different roles. He's gonna be wearing different hats. Sometimes he's an administrator, sometimes he's breaking the law and putting another hat on. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not supposed to be judged, you're an executioner, but if you go to IVD4, you know what I'm saying? He plays all them roles. Like it's so crazy. You can't unsee it after you see it for real.
Facts. This shit is true, right? And if you go to that other place that I was just talking about, the title is called Jurisdiction and Who Truly Has It. And if you go look, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, right? Let me see if I could kind of show y'all without, maybe if I just show y'all, because TikTok be acting funny about the money, right? So now y'all see what I'm talking about, right? This is the place. Let me see. There's two that you can find, right? One of them will be this, right? Y'all see what I'm talking about? Jurisdiction and who truly has it. And then let me see if the other one's over here. And then courtrooms are full of magic and you are nothing but a summoned soul. And then you can check out prison as hell. All those kind of go together, really. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of good stuff on here. Oh shit! Could y'all hear me the whole time?
Yep, we
Yeah,
can
you
hear
cool.
you.
I can.
Oh, okay, okay. But yeah, yeah. Check it out, y'all. I figured I'd bring the one with the pillars back up so we can remember that balance is the key, right? This is alchemy. The greatest works, the magnum opus, is all about breaking it down and rebuilding it in purity, right? We have to do that with self, and we have to do that with a nation. And we got to do that together, not divided, right? It is what it is. That's what makes
Before
this
you do
important.
that, to go on Medusa. I love Medusa. I think that she is so misrepresented as being this hideous beast. She's actually a very beautiful woman, and she represents us melanated women, us melanated indigenous women of America. There is a book, The Lost Histories of America, in which it points out that the ancients appear to have entertained the idea of Medusa actually being present here in the Americas. And I wanted to share it with everybody, if I could, real quick. I have not learned how to do these things right here with the phones and stuff. I'm just gonna do the image from my tablet. So this is again from the Lost Histories of America, and it's page 115 in the text, or depending on how you see it, 49. And it says, another strange and wonderful notion which the ancients appear to have entertained concerning the inhabitants of prehistoric America is contained in the story of the Gorgons. It is worth transcription. The Gorgons were three celebrated sisters, daughters of Phorcys and Seto. Their names are Steno, Euralia, and Medusa. They were all immortal except Medusa. According to the mythologists, their hairs were intertwined with serpents, their hands were brass, their body was covered with impenetrable scales, and their teeth were as long as the tusk. So there's my tablet. I'm almost there, guys. Just want to get to the part where it talks about it being in America.
Take your time.
And again, I don't like how they're describing her, but you take you chew up the meat and spit out the bones, right? Um, so her teeth were, and the teeth were as long as the tusk of a wild boar, and they turned to stone all those of whom on whom they fixed their eyes. Medusa alone had serpents in her hair, according to Ovid, and this proceeded from the resentment of Minerva, in whose temple Medusa had gratified the passions of Neptune, who was enamored of her on account of the beauty of her locks. You hear that, guys? Locks. So I love the notion of that. With the goddess change, with the goddess changed into serpents. The residence of the Gorgons was beyond the ocean in the west. The last sentence in this tradition proves that the Gorgons were Americans. They must have been so. They must have been so if they resided beyond the ocean in the west. They are children of Phorcys and Sato and grandchildren of Pontus, who coalesced with Oceanus. The Medusa is easily located by her serpentine attributes. She must be put in the serpent land, that is to say, Mexico and the surrounding region. So, when you talk about serpentine wisdom, you talk about Nagas, talk about ancient wisdom. the power of the serpent and it being representation of wisdom, all of it's connected. And Medusa has a very special place in that. It's no wonder that she's depicted as being hideous.
I just want to expand just very briefly. Hideous, i.e., ugly, was also synonymous with the word Moorish, reddish, ruddy, swarthy, and black.
Well.
Yeah.
Things are just connecting, ain't they? Like they always do. And I love it. You know what I'm saying? I definitely like what you just read. That was beautiful. It's beautiful truth. And if you wanna, if you happen to like that truth, and you want a little bit more of it, but you want to actually hear Medusa get represented in a less damning way, you can get my book. Somebody's Been Lying: Words, or Spells, and Curses. You can turn to page 211 and you can read about America being Atlantis. And within that chapter, I do talk about Medusa, and she plays a prominent role. I kind of break down the information that I was talking about with ages and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely break down how she would be from America, along with all these other truths about why America is what they consider to be Atlantis. You feel me? Page
And,
200.
and that's wild. My bad. I know I've been quiet, but that's wild. Like when I look at these old books and stuff like that, man, and people try to explain them away as either myth, allegory, or just being fake or nonfiction or whatever you want to call it. But I just don't see people that's writing books about something that's completely fake always using real names of places for real. Typically, if you're gonna make a whole story up fake, I mean, you can make up a magical place called blah blah where they live. Not, oh, these are the people from America. Medusa was here in the lands of the serpents. Is in the Mexico area, and then these things match up with certain things you find in these areas. So no, that was a fire find.
Facts. So one of the reasons why like they try to turn it into these mythologies and shit and all that crazy stuff is because it starts off as lore, right? LORE. And lore is just what is taught. It's knowledge, science, and doctrine, right? And then once that lore, which is once it's taught to the people, it becomes folklore. Then once it spreads to other nations, they turn it into allegories, right? A story of a story that I heard about a story. And then once the wrong people get it, they change all the names and they turn it into a myth. And then they accredit it to themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like a
Like a game of telephone.
facts. It's telephone, exactly. And all of our telephone games, the last people to get it fucked everything up on purpose, right? Fortunately for us, the person who started it lives within us to remind us, right? So that's why when we read these books and we see these things, it clicks and we're like, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? Because the truth is on our hearts.
That's absolutely true, and it's refreshing to me being in this community and learning from everyone, um, finding my voice, being able to express myself even better, opening my throat chakra, and sharing things in my videos, but also seeing I something inside me wanted to depict Medusa in a beautiful light. So I dressed up as her for Halloween, and I shared it on my page. And I'm in lives years later. And Rashaud, I recall you talking about her in your book. So thank you again, always for sharing your amazing gift. But I remember Los sharing this book, so shout out to Los because he always brings the books as well. And I was like, Medusa, Mexico, are you here? Are you serious? When was they going to tell that to us? They always depict Medusa as not being from here. We've never seen any resemblance of her being here. So it's just refreshing to be able to see again. I have this term I use, muscle memory, in a lot of my videos that I make. And these things are within us innately, like someone just mentioned. And it's just ways of knowing. And I think it's really beautiful that with other movements and things that have happened, there was a particular figure. We don't have one particular figure with what we're doing right now. So they don't have somebody they can particularly target. But that also gives us a huge responsibility as well with how we present ourselves, how we carry ourselves, and how we present this information. Because we all are reflections of what we're doing and giving this information to the people.
You know, I really want to I really want to encourage you, Miss Ori. I want you to pop out on some vendor type timing, start hitting all these joints. You know what I'm saying? Because like I was saying earlier, the regular degulars need to hear us. We hear enough of us. We hear enough of us until we get sick of each other sometimes. But it's all up. The regular the people who's like fledgling, the people who just left organized religion yesterday, the people who just, you know what I'm saying, they finding their way to the deep end of the pool and they got their water wings on, and but they still need to learn how to swim. You see what I'm saying? People need to hear all of y'all voices in real time, and because the reason, all right, so the whole thing about the 13 tribes, we know I want them damn 13 tribes, but that number is a code. But minus that, it's just saying that okay, there is an infinite amount of variety amongst our people. It's at least 13 different manifestations of Christ consciousness. You see what I'm saying? And that's why we all need to become, you know what I'm saying, platforms, because we all gonna be able to reach people that some of us can't reach. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna reach people you can't reach. You're gonna reach people I can't reach, and it keep going. It keep going. Nobody gonna save us. We got to get out here and get serious about it thing. Real life, real life. Each one, reach one, teach one, all that stuff.
I tell you though, y'all make this thing look easy. It's not easy being up here and doing this thing that y'all do. I want y'all to give yourself your flowers because y'all do this. It's so seamless. And Samuel, how you like go to your notes and just be popping back and forth between stuff. I mean, sometimes I wonder how you do that. Don't understand. It's amazing.
Hey, am I selfish that like this whole time I've subconsciously been wishing that Samuel would hop on a big screen and just like present something real quick? Cause I like the way he does
For
it
real,
too.
right?
It's like art. That should be making me so like, I guess like how do people feel when they watch like people eat food and whatever the kind of shit people be watching? That's how I be feeling when I watch Samuel's lives. I be feeling like that's happening. Like the way he clicks through shit and he's like, yeah, yeah. So look, you know what I mean? So this whole time I've been like, damn, Sam. Damn,
Yeah.
Sam.
Sam
When you
I
gonna
am.
hop
That's
on
what
the
I
big
call
screen?
him. That's what I call him, man. He goes in. And then when he mock people, he's so funny. And then very indigenously, he is partaking of Sophia's lettuce.
I appreciate that. That's like the Gemini in me, man. Like, and the Gemini in me is like when I'm controlled and I'm at the top, I'm a just be like going through things, and I'm gonna be the you know the main person in the room in a sense. But when I'm like on a panel or just in a group of people, I'm quiet as hell. My homeboys even in person, they be like, "Nigga, why ain't you saying that? You know all this information about this topic. All these niggas talking." I be like, "I don't know. I'm just chilling."
What's your focus of expertise, fam?
uh,
Sam.
as far as right now, I'm heavily focused on Indian topics in the southeast, particularly, and trying to and in the years between like 1700 to 1900. Don't get me wrong, I've definitely looked at a lot of books older from four. I did a lot of studying first, so from like the 1492 to whatever, you know what I'm saying? But right now I'm like heavily focused right there. Just trying to find corruption, finding as many documents and random shit that I can find, to be honest.
So does the Indian does is because I wouldn't be sure because I don't study too much history, but I know a little bit about history, right? Would that fall into like the French Revolution with the Geechee Gullah Geechee? Or they like kind of like they do they have Indian heritage? Because I know India just mean native to the land.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm heavily studying right now. Really, I'm studying for the Yamasi, and which is pretty much the same thing. Because Geechee wasn't called Geechee before. You won't find the word Geechee other than referring to the Ogeechee River in any book, damn near pre 1800. To be honest, they didn't start getting called Geechees in the newspapers that I would see until like the mid 1800s, maybe early 1800s,
Yeah, I
and
heard
that's
that before. Yeah,
yeah, and that's almost the same thing with the whole creek, the word creek. Like the white folks started calling a bunch of Indians around the creek. Creek is what they say. Well, Ogeechee is like a bunch of people around the rivers around the Ogeechee, and they started calling people Geechee, but it was really like 500 tribes that was in that area before they grouped them all together as one. Over time, they was grouping them in different groups, but yeah, it was the French. The French War was going on at that time. You had the French, the British, the Spanish, and the Indians all in that area, and they was all being used against each other. To be honest,
that's what's up. Appreciate the breakdown. I just be liking to see where different people coming from because we're all just fractals of the universe, and we bring the little bits and pieces together, and but what our expertise is, and we make the whole pie. You know what I'm saying?
That's the
That's what.
truth. And if y'all haven't seen Samuel, he will. I remember I was in a live and he got the tobacco advertisements and he was describing these tobacco advertisements and he was like, "Hey man," he's like, "I got this tobacco for you here." It was it was so funny. But he literally made the advertisements come alive. And to be able to present your information in a different way than everybody else, but make it your own. That's so beautiful about everybody in this group. And I love that Rashad always makes sure he gives everybody his flowers, their flowers. Just,
Yeah,
you know,
most
finding your
definitely.
own niche and being your own, it's just beautiful just seeing how we all do that in our own way.
Yeah. And that's why I asked. I always like to give flowers where people have worked hard at what they do. You know what I'm saying? Because it does take time, and it could be very like spiritually draining. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going through so many articles, you got to weed out the foolery from the truth from the storage. Like you got to kind of work your way through it, and it's a lot of weeding and feeding you know. So that's why I love like getting up with other people who has different kind of knowledge than what I have. So therefore, it's like like Rashad said this one time, like if you're a master and I'm learning from you, then I'm also inherently a master too at what you do because I'm sitting there taking it in what you're basically feeding me. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I'm glad you were here and that Rashad created this space because I've never seen you before. But you popped up on here and you went through those things so seamlessly. I was like, oh my gosh, I think who is this dude and where did he come from? And Rashad kind of laughed at me because I was asking were you one of the original sages of the community because I had never seen you before. I'm like, what lives are you in? I can get more information and learn because you're bringing things that I haven't seen before and the depth and go about doing it in the way that you do it. Everybody has their way of doing things, but I really like the way you give your information.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, everybody that comes on my panel ain't about to be about no Indian business because I be doing side quests. You know what I'm saying? I do the Indian business and shit because I like history, but I love spirituality. I love etymology. I love all these different things. I love alchemy. I like demonology. I like Satanism. Like, not that I love it, but I like to learn. So, you know what I'm saying? You might find me anywhere. You feel me? If you were able to follow me on panels I don't get on and just follow me to lives like a tag along, you'd be like, yo, what the what does he have going on? You know what I'm saying? But I'd be everywhere trying to get all the information. I don't care where it's coming from. I'm just trying to hear some information and take it in. You know what I'm saying? Then when I see somebody that stands out to me, I speak directly to them. You know what I'm saying? And then I bring them into my fold, right? Because I feel like I have infinite wisdom if I keep adding wise people to the council. You know what I'm saying? Like everything Intrinsic knows is now my information because we're connected now. And the same goes with everybody else, right? So I get wiser with wise counsel. And it just is what it is. You feel me? I'm collecting wise people like Pokemon out here. Gotta catch them all. You feel me? That's just what it
Well,
is.
yeah, well,
Definitely. Definitely.
It's real, like with Rashaud, man. I remember when I first got on this app, and was seeing him. I mean, one of the most intelligent people I've seen on here. You don't even have to show anything, and your intelligence shows in your words, and that's what's so amazing and long. It was a lot of the things you were saying that I was like, I remember he was the first person I was on here. I was like, man, I gotta get that goddamn book. You know what I'm saying? And I did, and you have an amazing influence over a panel or crowds of people as well, to be able to reel in whatever talking points you're trying to disseminate amongst the folks, even when it gets rowdy or when things get too left, or when you just really gotta, when everybody just really just hanging on every word you say. And you got a good influence over multiple people from different, like you say, not just the Indian community. I'll be seeing you in different lives. You'll be in somebody's live that I've seen you like in some of the YT dudes' lives, like what's that? Not handsome history, but he done changed his name, American Dakota. But it's that other dude that be talking about some like a luminary society. And there's another dude that was with him, and when I started jumping in stuff, and then I would see you in there, I was like, yeah, you are all around well rounded and intellectual, man. So that's what's up.
Shit, I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I like to hear about myself. Y'all talking about my brother, Holy Trinity. Now, hey, look, Holy Trinity, he don't be coming around me that much no more. He used to be around me all the time, but I guess he got on a panel one time and didn't like the way he was treated. And I gotta respect that. You know what I'm saying? Because I know his heart, and he be just trying to get this information, and he tries to do it everywhere. But he feels like he's bringing gems to like history. But if you're of another nation and you bring shit we already know, you get kind of treated poorly. Like, nigga, we don't need to hear nothing from you. That's how people be approaching them. We don't need to hear shit from you. The
I
white
want, I
man's
want,
lied enough. You know.
I want, I want to show something right quick, if you don't mind, since we're talking about this, right?
No, go ahead.
Let's go. Let's get it.
What? Watch this. This is gonna blow you. So I like going to those kind of lives too, right? Now this is YT dude. He's on the app. This is his name. If y'all want to screenshot it, right? This dude right here, he actually writes his own scrolls. You see this? And he done been to all around the world, and he studied under the Vatican. And these are like his historical scroll. He writes in Hebrew and all that. See that? So this is some of the stuff that he done did.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Genealogy charts that he done learned from the Vatican. And see all this stuff, all these little things right here, all this little Hebrew language right here. You see it? In Aramaic. And look, this is crazy work. Let me see, back up out of here. I think it's one. Look,
Shit like that just makes you wonder, what do these people know that I don't fucking know?
look at this. Dropping knowledge into the void. See that?
Damn, that's beautiful. That looks like a cool depiction of the whole Sophia situation, and like dropping knowledge into the void would be like the prima materia and fiat natura, which is like the primal
Yes.
matter and let there be nature. You drop that shit.
Look, the blood and the light that you talking about, the false light earlier. And he be breaking stuff down. And look at this right here. This is gonna trip you out. Look what he got right here in his crib. You know what that is, right?
That's wild. They got one of them in Central America that they found in the mountain, but that's wild.
Ark of the Covenant. And he be doing, he see his little pen right here. This way he be pointing at things at. It's like a little pen. He do it with like gloves on and everything. So it's dope, man. I be in all kind of streams. So I be having to snap pictures. I'm like, this is crazy.
Sometimes when I see stuff, like when I look at old books with shit like that and things like that, I want to try to discount it for a second because, like, okay, they probably wouldn't have done it, but I'm like, nobody goes through this much trouble, especially this much drawing and this much word and studying for this to mean nothing. So it has to be something.
Exactly. That part. That part. And he could speak. What we say? No, go ahead, bro.
Oh, all right, yeah. Hey, man, look, I know this. I know, like, just like y'all said about hearing some history. Y'all, one second, I got an encyclopedia here, and they have a very interesting definition for Aborigines. Because, man, I was getting some work done in my truck, you know what I'm saying, in Kansas the other day, and they had like A through Z, from like 1946, the World Encyclopedia, and I didn't look up Aborigines, but I looked up American, and of course, you know what I'm saying, to describe us. But I had one in my tablet. This is some encyclopedia. I don't know what year it's from, but the S's look like F's. And anyway, for Aborigines, it says an epithet applied to the original or first inhabitants of any country, but particularly used to signify the ancient inhabitants of Latium. I think that means Latin or Latin, I don't know, or country now called Campagna de Roma when Aeneas with his Trojans came into Italy. I don't know, man. That just caught my eye. But I'm gonna go ahead and mute up. I tell you, I ain't had nothing too crazy.
That's what's up. That's what's up. And like you see how like prime example, this is kind of like the depictions. I know y'all probably seen this one before, right? So you know about the square. You see the compass, right? Now you see where a man is at. Man is in this spirit, right? Trapped in matter. You see that's what the square is, matter, right? And this is the trajectory of the triangle of life. You see, but look at where the see people don't pay attention to detail. Look where the triangle how it doesn't touch the top. You see that? So that means that your consciousness. Somebody's gonna say something.
I was just saying, I see.
Yeah, that means the consciousness doesn't touch the tip of the sphere to have universal knowledge. That means you're trapped within the 3D reality. You see what I'm saying? And only the people that control the knowledge. You see how this is touching the top of the small sphere. You see, only the person that has the knowledge can touch the top of the sphere. You see that, right?
Facts.
But also, like, that reminds me of hemisphere synchronization. You got your masculine, or you know what I'm saying, hemisphere of the brain combining with your feminine hemisphere of your brain, and when them two become one, then you can astral project more effectively.
Yeah,
And
it's something.
Aurora,
Oh, go ahead. Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No,
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say one of the concepts in that drawing is called circle in the square, right?
Hmm.
It's like an alchemy kind of thing, but it's also a measurement kind of thing. Circle in the square is just trying to get the same. It's like you're trying to get the same exact area in a square in a circle.
Hmm. Yep.
And then another thing is like you said latium, right? That's like it's called Lazio. So latium is Lazio, right? It's an ancient city in Italy. You know what I'm saying? Where they say that Latin people came from.
Yep. So I want to show you this too. So you see this right here? You see this original picture right here with the woman, man, child, right? And then you see how they put man, woman, and then child. And then you see how they broke down the trajectory of philosophy within the picture. You see that? Submissive, nurturing, feminine man, strong, masculine woman. She's the leader. Now, watch this. Now, watch this. This gonna trip you out. Look at this. These are laws. Look, the male, the female, the axis. Her hand was on the axis, right? At the 0 point. Do you see that, right?
I don't know
It's the
what
force in the matter.
I don't know what book it is, but it says no matter where you go, you will have to obey the laws.
Yeah, you gotta obey the laws.
No matter where you go, it could be third dimension, fourth, fifth, sixth, wherever you find yourself, there's gonna be some laws to obey.
And then look what it got. She look, the D, remember she was shaming the D equal to RX chaos in parentheses zero. Zeroed it out. See that?
Deep.
Yeah. So all these things that we see it's all math because math explains all matter. Everything that exists in matter, math has to calculate for the ratio of it. So people who are really good at math, thank you, Brown Sugar, can understand ratios and how they go into different ideology of concepts, right? And these are the things how we crack the codes.
It looked like trigonometry. I took that so long ago.
Oh man. Yeah, it's wild how they put the number system together, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, but you can go on the big screen, dog. I just wanted to show that right quick. You know, I don't like the big screen too much. I really got the shot.
Everybody's shy now. Everybody is a master teacher on their own time, but then they come over here and now they shy. I get it. Nah, it's okay. I can handle it. You feel me? I put myself back on a big screen. Nah, but in reality, this shit is all math, and there's no way to escape it. Right? I was trying to find. Oh, there we go. I got all these little books, but let me see if I can find something real quick. When I read, I be highlighting so much shit I don't even know what's important anymore.
That's why I have a whole notebook. Like, what I do now, I don't have my other tablet, but what I do now is like, look at this. If you see this, like, if this will help you organize your notes, Rashaud. Like, look, and you see this, like, when I go into like biblical context, you see how that says like biblical right here, and then you could create like tabs. So like this is Joseph, right? And then I go into like the meaning of Joseph and all the different tabs within Joseph. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, you can put all your notes. You see all the notes right here. You can put all your notes and you can categorize it. So whenever you want to find what you're looking for, you can just go straight to where you're trying to go to and just categorize all your notes.
Hey yo, so I'm in this encyclopedia and I'm over here in Amazon's, right? So
Mm-hmm.
what stopped me right here is I saw Gorgons, and I know Gorgons is the type of entity that or we was talking about earlier when you talking about Uriel, Medusa, and Steno. They was Gorgons. But like that's what stopped me on the Amazon, you know what I'm saying, listing in this encyclopedia. So, all right, it says Amazons were a nation of ancient women, excuse me, an ancient nation of women inhabiting that part of Lesser Asia, now called Amasia, Amasia. And that's a listing too in this encyclopedia. The Amazons are said to have killed all their male children and to have, excuse me, well, I said it now, but my bad. All their male children and to have cut off the right breasts of their females to fit them for martial exercises like martial arts. The existence, however, of such a nation is controverted by many judicious authors and defended by others, particularly Mr. Petit, I don't know who that is, who has published a differentiation on the subject wherein are several curious inquiries on concerning their arms, their dress, and etc. We also read of the Scythian Amazons. That word Scythian came up earlier while I was listening to a podcast, which people was talking about the you know, the mustache man and the SS and the NAZIs. That was a whole nother thing, but that's crazy seeing this again. The Scythian Amazons, of German Amazons and of Libyan Amazons and of Amazons of America, living on the banks of the great river which bears their name, who are represented as governed by a queen, no man being permitted to live among them. Only at a certain season, those of the neighboring nations are essentially permitted to visit them for the sake of procreation. The Amazons of Libya are famous for their wars with another female nation called the Gorgons. Wow, so the Amazons and the Gorgons was clashing. Let me find out. See Gorgons. On medals, the bust of the Amazons is ordinarily represented as armed with the little battle axe, called by the Romans biceps or the securus, which they carried on their shoulders with a small buckler in the form of a half moon, distinguished by the name of Pelton, upon their left arm. Also, Amazons in figurative is a name given to certain bees as governed by a queen. That's so crazy. And then again, in geography, a great river in South America is named the Amazon River, uh, which rises in Peru near the equator and runs causeward, a course more than 3,000 miles. Like other rivers between the tropics, annually overflows at its banks, which the season is about 150 miles broad where it falls to the ocean. And yeah, that's that listing. Very interesting. I don't know what year this encyclopedia is from, but it says something about 1950 something, but I think it's older than that because that was just a stamp from the library.
Now, I don't want to say I'm a genius or nothing, but this is the axe that they carried, right?
Hey, yo.
And this is where it came from.
Stop playing, man.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
yo. You can't be doing that, man. That's freaky,
Yeah.
man. That's freaky,
Hey.
man. What is all that? What?
Hey,
Stop.
I'm just
Stop.
trying to let y'all know somebody's
Hey,
been
yo.
lying. We about to get to the bottom of it. You feel me? So while you were talking, I was like, well, god dang,
Yeah,
he's on
bro.
to something, right?
Yeah, bro.
You feel
He's
me?
on to something. It
He's
says the
on to
guy who
something.
wrote the book.
Yeah.
All right,
So
all right. Hey,
you do know
hey,
that
if you didn't think Rashaud Poet was valid, you know he valid now. Come on, man. Who does stuff like that, bro? You gotta stop that. That's spooky, man.
Sound
Hey,
like
I
you
was,
want to talk about it. Like, yeah, here you go.
yeah. We be on it, man.
does that relate to the fly and the axe? Does that relate to the fly swat?
No,
The
all
fly
right.
swatter?
So it's a bee, and it represents the bee goddess Cabela, the bee goddess, right? This shit goes to Kabbalah and all that different shit. And
Mm.
but the thing about it is like there's coordinates to find these deities, right? So but the coordinates take place in nature. The coordinates are parts of nature, right? That's why knowing the nativity of things is where you get the answers to everything, right? And
Right.
then once you realize that that's the truth, it takes you to Utah, right? The Beehive State, right? The Beehive State were the most what is the word? Where like it's different, a lot of different. So you find a lot of different bees in Utah, right? That's the
Well,
most diverse population of bees, right?
well,
But
bees did the same thing that the brother was just talking about the Amazonian, because when male bees have bees do bees, they unalive.
also all we've been doing this whole time is copying nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
In every sense of the form and fashion. And then on American soil and in these locations, you'll find different beehive shapes, right? but the beehive, but it's as above, so below, right? So this is the northern kingdom, and what's above us is the constellation Cancer, and in the constellation Cancer, you find Percept, and Percept is the beehive cluster that resides within the constellation of Cancer above our heads. Oh, don't nobody want to be like, wow, amazing, Rashaud. You did such a great job with that. We appreciate the breakdown. I'm saying, now I'm just fucking around. But these things are true. You know what I'm saying? As above, so below. The Most High said, let the stars be for signs, right? And we're just putting this shit all together.
Okay.
There is a truth. Let me see if it was my brother talking shit. Hold on, y'all. Let me find it.
So
Y'all can keep talking. I gotta look it.
the double E was replaced with the double O was replaced with the double E. Um, I don't know if you're familiar, if any of y'all are familiar with that in linguistics.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. Keep going.
You give an example.
So like as above, so below. So we know that life comes from a sphere, right? So a sphere would be like a perfect circle, but the circle is just a contrast of how something is symmetrically like an atom or a molecule or a proton or however how you want to internalize it, right? And when it comes into a formation, it would be a O manifesting a larger or smaller O. So that's what it's called. It's called the double O theory. So as above, so below, right? Or as within, so without. But then they inverted it, right? They turned the O into the zero. So now instead of you having coming from an essence like a molecule, an atom, or so on, however how you want to internalize it, right, and metabolizing it into something like skin or however, whatever plasma or whatever, right?
Wait,
They
hold
could.
on. I don't mean to cut you. I gotta get my children out the tub. I've been multitasking this whole time. Um, can y'all hold down the live until I come back while I get them together real quick?
Well, that's what we was doing.
Okay. No, I just did like if it gets quiet and I don't respond, I just want y'all to know that that's what's going on. So give me
Yeah,
a
we
minute.
got you, man. We got you. So basically like the first O would be full of essence, and the second O would be like the metabolization of that essence, like it becoming flesh, it becoming physical, right? And then they took the O's and made double E's. So the double E would be one would represent like energy, right? And the energy creates a void. So they void out your essence, so therefore they can fill it with a new essence, now creating the effect. So one would be the energy effect. You see? So instead of the essence effect is the energy effect. So they carbon copy the universe to create their own philosophy within the universe. So therefore they can have dominion over the very thing that you was given. Just to simplify it.
So is this why everything is inverted? Is that
Yes.
in essence what you're talking about?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just the more we dig, the more we're seeing that everything that we thought was is not, and it's the reverse.
Right. So I don't know. I know Rashaud left. I don't know if you can see this. Do you see where this
Yeah,
says like
can you put him on the big screen since you're a mod? Excuse me for interrupting you, Intrinsic. Just trying to get you on the big screen. Okay, maybe she can't do it. Go ahead. Sorry about that, darling.
here we
There
go.
she goes. Thank you, Bree. Gratitude.
So this is how you break down Jesus, right? So it'll be J. The J is the imaginary unit, and then you have negative ES, right? That's the next phase of it, right? When you say it's forming the plural nouns ending in what is sibilant sounds. Remember, I was explaining this yesterday. When you have the sibilant sounds, it's making or characterized by the what? The hissing sound. So Jesus would actually represent the snake. You see that, right?
Yeah, I see you. I see it.
You know, I haven't heard this breakdown in a while, but somebody told me like they did a breakdown on how actual the word Christ from etymology standpoint becomes the word dragon if you like,
Right.
you know, yeah.
Yes. Yes, exactly. You see, and see, you see how I say it says hissing effect. Remember, I was talking about the effect with the double E's.
Yes.
So it says, for example, s or sh. It wants you in the sh instead of the s. That's why when the s cannot get out, it's called sin. You see, and then when you go back, it'll tell you. See, the negative es frames from the negative s. You see that?
Yes,
Because
I
it's
see it.
because it's inverted. So the negative s goes into the es, negative es. And then when you go right here, it says, you see where it says forming third person singular.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how many people on this planet? It's only male and female, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when they say forming the third person, they're talking about the spirit of man.
Unless you talk about hermaphrodites, which is supposed to be the eunuchs. And
Well,
you were talking just in general, right? You weren't going that deep.
it can be a hermaphrodite, not a
Both y'all
physical
right.
hermaphrodite, but
Mm.
a spiritual one. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay, I got you.
So you can look at it like that, right? Like
Mm.
seriously. But that's why the two things now become one. And you see, what is that doing? It's singular. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Not plural
Right.
of a present tense. You see that? So now it's making present tense in verbs ending in negative O, but not the double O. You see that?
You. Mm.
Which also derives from the negative S and the negative ES. But this is negative ES2. I mean, this is negative S2 when the other one was negative S1. So these are principles. You see what I'm saying?
Never would have
And so,
guessed it. This
yeah,
is really intriguing.
yeah. So all these are principles, and it just goes into different philosophies about how you denote things, how you use the letter E, you see, in a keynote. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And it gives you just different ideologies and philosophies. But this is why I love breaking down definitions. And I like Google because Google is the only one that gives you like the underlining and the inner context of things. All the other definitions are not definitions, but all the other like ways you can research, they don't give you the underlying context of things.
Can you tell us about your journey? I'm kind of curious. Like, how did you find yourself coming to this method of study?
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Is that too much? This seem too much?
It's not too much. I don't mind sharing. Um,
I don't mean to pry. I apologize.
Basically, I was like the typical male where just going through life, working, just just doing my thing, right? And I ran across a witch. I didn't know she was a witch, and she put a spell on me. And I was in the hospital for like about in out the hospital for like a year and a half, like all kind of gastro issues, like losing weight, all kind of stuff, right? It felt like I was a very vibrant person. Like I do like 10 things a day, right? I feel like my brain was like in a fishbowl. Like literally, like I couldn't even feel the sun on my skin. Like my brain felt like I couldn't even type at the computer. Like I couldn't do nothing. Like my whole bodily function just shut down, just boom, one day.
Oh.
And I started studying. I started like building my mind, building things, like just really just digging in. You know what I'm saying? And then I did something. I'm not gonna go into what I did, but then when I started learning things, I created this field, right? And when I created that field, the next day it was like boom, the chains just broke, and I could feel like the light on my skin again. And then I start experiencing how to basically harness frequency. I learned how to harness frequency. And so when I did that, I start getting all these tapping into these like frequent sounds and things like that. And then I start riding the vibration wave, and it started leading me to different paths of information. So that's how I start. That's how like when you see me breaking things down like in an acute way that's not really typical, it's because I'm looking at it through angles that I've been taught from like through frequencies and vibrations.
Was this a gift of yours? Can other people duplicate this, or is this something specific for you?
Anybody can duplicate anything. You know, I
Mm,
don't ever personalize any. I think anybody can tap into any kind of frequency or vibration. It's just up to the person.
mm,
You know, I just happen to got put in a situation that kind of forced me into where I went. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
Which I don't look at as a bad thing. I look at it as it was a blessing.
Yeah, we have to see the blessings and things. We definitely need to.
You
Things
know,
happen
yeah,
for
that
us and
that
not to
blessing
us.
was 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like they say, we as men are here to get to know our feminine side, and women are here to get to know their masculine side, and come together in divine union, like that hermaphrodite you was talking about earlier. Like, had that moment not happened to you, you know what I'm saying? You could have just stayed a typical male. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly,
So when
exactly.
we talking about the divine feminine, we talking about the great mystery, the great unknown, the subtle forces, the subtle forces. If masculine, air quotes, masculine energy, you know what I'm saying, physical material things on one level, on another level, maybe the so-called highest level is like our modern electricity, our modern cell phones, explosions, combustion engines, nuclear. So that would be explosion dynamics. So the feminine principle, depending on who you ask, it's going to be implosion dynamics, the opposite of those things, the subtle forces. You know what I'm saying? The planet Venus makes a pentagram whenever it completes, whenever it has a solar return every year on planet Venus. It makes a 5 pointed star, and Mars makes a 7 pointed star every time it completes a trip around the sun, and that's how those two are quantumly entangled because in their respective numerology, the number of Venus is seven, and number of Mars is five. You know what I'm saying? But without without Venus making that trip around the sun and making that pentagram, we couldn't have plant life here. That has been scientifically documented. You know what I'm saying? The subtle forces, it's everything. We wouldn't be anything without them subtle forces, and you had to get to know that. So that's is what they say. One day we're gonna look back on this and laugh. You know what I'm saying? You had to have it happen to you, and I can relate. I can relate. But also, you have something in common with a certain European American sheriff that was he was a sheriff in Beaufort County in South Carolina. He was a white dude that had to learn. He had to become a hoodoo practitioner because he had some roots put on him. He had some roots put on him, and he didn't. He was a complete non-believer, but he had to keep hiring people to get them roots off of him because the locals hated him. Of course, you see what I'm saying, especially during that point in time. You see what I'm saying? And eventually, instead of paying the practitioners, he just had to learn his shit too. You know what I'm saying? And it's just crazy. It's just crazy. You know what I'm saying? But these things happen for a reason. So that's beautiful that you went on that journey. And look at you now, my boy. Good stuff.
Oh yeah, appreciate it, fam. Yeah, it's a ride, man. It's a ride though, man. I'll tell you, when I first started learning knowledge, it was like I was like, I called my cousin one day. I was like, they putting the devil in this. They putting the devil in this. He was like, what the hell is this boy talking about? Because you be so like, you reading all this knowledge, and it's like so mind blowing when you first get your hands on it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And it's like you got to be able to like digest it in little bites, and like sometimes you got to step away from it, so therefore you can let that even digest, because it can be an overload.
Yeah, when you say you wanna ascend and you want to become enlightened, you have to be really ready because it's not always so pretty. You have to be prepared for the journey.
Yeah, I definitely did some things when I was a youngin. you know what I'm saying, that scared me so bad I stopped practicing everything for about 10 years and just started reading and studying because I did it to myself.
Mm.
All right, so for me, one of my experiences was I was probably like 15, 16, and I was learning how to. There was this one website, you know what I'm saying, and they just had all the stuff up there. They had like pyromancy, cryomancy, biokinesis, aerokinesis, any kind of kinesis. They had it up there, and it was just like Kundalini and like how they went into detail about Kundalini isn't just some love and light nonsense. You can literally remember back in the '90s, they used to have all of these, you know what I'm saying, bouts of people spontaneously combusting and whatnot. When Kundalini rising happens, it happens. It don't matter if you're ready for it or not. You can invite it, you can prepare yourself. That's the ideal situation. But we live in the fucking inverted pyramid now. You know what I'm saying? These things is called occultism because this is the hidden stuff, the underlying mechanics, the subtle forces that really runs things. Big mama, da da da. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, so shoot, I was on how to astral project and shoot, man, something beat me back to my body before I got back.
Oh,
And
whoa. Stop right there.
yeah.
You got to elaborate on that because most people don't understand what astral projecting really is. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. Yeah, all right. So I used to practice watching myself sleep at night, which is one of the tried and true methods to have your consciousness separate from your physical being to a higher vibration, a higher density to go on and do other things. You see what I'm saying? The way I can explain it is a sensation of double and triple vision. And I would also like to affirm that reality experiences, you know what I'm saying, it's like a slider. If on the left end of the spectrum, you are fully in your body, fully engaged in the physical world. And on the right side of the spectrum, the far right side of the spectrum, your consciousness is completely outside of your physical being. You don't know what you don't really know what's going on with your body, and you are completely aware of something else, somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? That's astral projecting. All right. So that's if you listen to a lot of Sun Ra, not even a lot. If you listen to Sun Ra, Sun Ra is the most recorded artist of all time. Sun Ra is the most recorded artist of all time. If you won't need something to listen to, just go on Spotify or Apple or YouTube and just put in Sun Ra full album, and you will never run out of something to do, something to listen to. And if you want to meet him, go to sleep listening to some Sun Ra. He will take you to planet Saturn, and you're gonna join his band, and you're gonna be in there playing the saxophone like you've been seeing in these memes on your timeline lately. You feel me? So yeah, I was practicing, so I knew how to do a lot of different stuff as a youngin, but I never really learned about protection. And that's why, you know what I'm saying, I'm a big stickler for protection, because what we're doing isn't just some love and life nonsense. This is real stuff. This is real stuff. You can get messed up out here real bad. Fortunately for me, the thing that beat me back to my body was a Jaguar protector spirit. And that's what helped me, you know what I'm saying, get on the path to learning about, American history and who we were as a people. You know what I'm saying? We was everything. But at one point we was definitely Jaguar priests, kings, and Jaguar priest queens. You see what I'm saying? And that so I my family's shamanist helped me actually put that into perspective. She was like, yeah, no, that's actually a common thing for our people. Getting, you know what I'm saying, pounced on or merged with a Jaguar spirit. That's what they're here to do. That's what they're here to do. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that was one of the things. It scared me so because all right, so I was practicing like I normally would, astral project, and I would watch myself sleep. You see what I'm saying? If you listen to the teachings of Don Juan, stop man, if you really want teachings of Don Juan, yo, yo. Mandatory. Don Juan Matisse. DONJUANMATIS by Carlos Castaneda. Man, I I was doing my normal thing, hovering and like, I was aware of my body. I was aware of my body, and I would split my consciousness into my body. And from there, I began to operate further to push another physical being of myself out into the deep field, deep space, whatever. You know what I'm saying? We talking about double and triple vision. These is one way these things can manifest. See what I'm saying? So I'm out there just having a good old time. I didn't know how to do any type of protective work. And so I'm looking at my house. All right, my body's in the bed. I'm looking at my body in the bed, and then my other body, higher vibrational than that, is kind of checking out the neighborhood, seeing what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Thinking about what I'm gonna do next. And then, you know what I'm saying? I see something come up the street, like a car would. It was just kind of coming steadily, but it wasn't a car. It was like a purple mass of energy. And I was like, oh, well, that's new. I don't normally see stuff like this. And it's coming and coming and coming. I'm just like, this thing ain't stopping. And then it's coming and coming and coming. Like, hold on, it's coming up the driveway. And I'm like, hey, yo. And by the time I said, hey, yo, this thing came in through the garage, through the kitchen, passing through walls. I'm like, hold on a second. So now I'm hitting that swim move. I'm hitting that swim move like I'm in zero gravity. And this thing come down the hallway, cut smooth into my room. And I'm just like, oh, this is a big cat. It's a big cat type dude. Like it was a purple, it was like purple and gray, but it was more purple than gray. You know what I'm saying? It was like melanin, you know what I'm saying? And it just kind of circled around and just kind of pounced me. And then I blacked out. And then I heard screaming. And then I woke up. And I was like, fuck, I know I wasn't screaming. That's crazy. I go to the bathroom. I look in the mirror. I don't recognize my face. And this thing was like, yeah, we won now. But from there, that was one of the few things that scared me so bad I started practicing. And I was, like I said, I was about 15, 16. You know what I'm saying? And these are some answers that I'm just now getting in the last 5 years about stuff from 20 years ago. You see what I'm saying? But yeah.
You do know that most people that astral project don't come back, right?
Uh, well, it must be just for new people. But, yeah, I've never heard that spin on it.
Yeah.
And I hear a similar thing about people going to mall world, and I'm just like, I'm in mall world all the time. I've practically lived there. What do you mean? This is our central hub. Just like we come on these lives, hanging out, kicking it, trading information. That's what mall world is to me. And that's actually was the theme of my latest sleep subliminal. I started that project in October. I normally turn one out every month, but Spirit told me to stop putting out new stuff and just like focus on what I got and marketing that. So that's my unfinished sleep subliminal. But yeah, no, protection and prosperity work, man. This is what I'm out here teaching because I know that it's happening to a lot of people. This is one of our ancestral superpowers. If you want to train yourself in any type of telekinesis, kinesis, mancy, whatever, you can literally astral project yourself into like a X-Men danger room type situation to train those abilities. There was a study done by like what was it, Camden or some Ivy League college, and they for this study they they brought in some monks from Tibet, and the monks from Tibet they had the monks from Tibet compared against regular people, and the goal of this was um, what is the best way to work out? What is the best way to get results from physical exercise? You know what I'm saying? So you have people working out doing regular workouts, bodybuilder types, they was getting a certain level of results. And then they had the monk, then they compared that to the monks, astral projecting and working out in the astral realm at a very high level. And they yielded better results than the people actually doing physical earthly workouts. I'm not saying I can do that. That's some next level stuff. I've been trying, but that's some next level stuff. But yeah, so this is one of our ancestral superpowers. We got I personally am here to break the stigma on that because, like I said, I scared myself so bad I stopped practicing. And I know somebody need what I got, what I've learned from my trials and errors and whatnot. So yeah, that's just one.
So have you ever heard of like people referring to themselves as like a mermaid or like a dragon in third person and stuff like that?
Yeah, I have, man. I had a little boo thing about 6 months last year, and she was like 6'2", ex basketball player, like just a tall lady, but in spirit, she was like a blue avatar being type situation. And I was like, yo, hold on. Now I have a Scorpio stellium in the eighth house. This lady had a Cancer stellium in the 10th house, you know what I'm saying? Sun, moon, something else, right? And I was like, that's mad interesting because I've never connected with somebody on some real high vibrational timing the way I connected with her. And I was just like, yo, did you know you're blue, nigga? Did you know you're blue? She's like, yeah, I get it all the time. How do you get that all the time? It's like, yeah, no, well, and then, long story short, whenever you in this lifestyle, most of your contacts become other people in this lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? So I just thought that was mad interesting. There was another lady I was talking to some years back. She referred to herself as a mermaid. You know what I'm saying? Now, Teachings of Don Juan, Teachings of Don Juan by Carlos Castaneda. These is stories about the Yaqui Sonora Indian mysticism system. You see what I'm saying? If you're familiar with the fact that a portion of us migrated north after, you know what I'm saying, the Inquisitions, the Spanish conquistadors and whatever else drove a portion of our population up north into the North Americas as we know them now today from Central, South America, and Mexico. A part of our, you know what I'm saying, and these people also refer to themselves as Aztecs and descendants of Atlanteans, right? So yeah, being able to literally just like shapeshift at will, you could look at maybe as a high level limit break technique or just something you could casually do, especially for women. But honestly, that didn't matter so much. Sexuality didn't matter so much. You know what I'm saying? In that system, it's just like it's another one of our ancestral superpowers. And then we get into affinity. And I think this is going to solve a lot of our issues as a community. We need to really, really take, you know what I'm saying, our birth charts, our zodiac, you know what I'm saying, the dimensions in the heavens or the skies of our life very seriously. If we talking about who need to be in leadership roles, we need to see if you got dimensions in the heaven or the sky, your life to support yourself being a leader. You know what I'm saying? But the same could go for what type of shit you can do easily and quickly and what comes naturally to you the most type stuff. Feel me?
Okay, because me personally, I have never astral projected, even though I work with a lot of my clients that have.
Hmm.
I have done astro turning, which is basically like a cressing the precipice up between the fourth and fifth dimension, right? And
Hmm.
I have reincarnated 3 times since I've been in this one body.
Hmm.
Since in
Oh
this
yeah,
body.
NDEs near, you know what I'm saying, near DEATH experiences.
No,
No,
no.
talk to me.
So reincarnation is basically when basically your consciousness is pinging through different dimensions.
Yeah,
And basically it's like astral projecting, but you're projecting from a 3D reality instead of a 4 or 5D. You know what I'm saying?
sure.
So I reincarnated in the 3, not in the 4 and 5. See, when you astral project, to astral project, you have to go above 4. You have to be in 5 and above.
Yeah,
So I never went to 5 and above. That's why I said I don't. I wouldn't want to astral project personally, me personally, because
yeah,
I done seen what I do to people. I
right.
mean, I done see people literally like lose their whole body in the process of
Well,
astral
I
projecting.
got some news for you. All right, another one of our ancestral superpowers is retaining the information and experience from the so-called dreamlike state. If you go to a random shaman in the middle of a random jungle anywhere on the continent, anywhere in the world, you go to any shaman in a so-called third world country, they will tell you that all of this is the dream. All of this is astral projection. You know what I'm saying? All like even our current, you know what I'm saying, paradigm. Okay, so what? Time is slowed down enough, you know what I'm saying, for us to experience it in a linear fashion in this human like form. You know what I'm saying? Like alternatively or additionally rather, you may just not be retaining your dreams, but I promise you, if you begin to form a habit of documenting your dreams, you will begin to see, oh shit, he's right. I do astral project.
No, no,
You
no,
will,
no.
yeah,
I know what you're talking about because I
yeah.
study this stuff, right? But you have a two. It's a two-way flow, not a one-way flow. Most people that go to the dream world and all that stuff like that, they're going to it. I know how to pull it and wield it to me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I think that would be more close to what some might refer to, not all, of course. Some might refer to as sorcery.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right. Right.
yeah, I get you now.
Or maybe it's astral sovereignty.
What type of
Elaborate on
things
that.
are
Elaborate on that.
capable of
Yeah,
being
talk about
done
it.
during
Talk about it.
astral projection, gentlemen?
Say that again.
What type of things are capable of being done during astral projection, aside from seeing yourself outside of your body? Can you
You
guys
can look
elaborate
at
on that?
all right, so if you contemplate reality being like a radio, right? If I am currently in what's my favorite radio station back home, you know what I'm saying? 95.5. That used to be one of my favorite radio stations. All right. But let's say, you know what I'm saying, in my previous life was 1005.5. But let's say I want to manifest, you know what I'm saying, being an overnight millionaire. Maybe that's 96.5, right? So I could go to the astral every night as often as possible. I can go to 95.6, 95.7, 95.8, and work my way to 95.6 or 96.5. You know what I'm saying? My ideal timeline, type timing. You feel me? And that's not the only way. It's a thousand ways to skin a cat. But you know what I'm saying? You really do get to see what you got going on in your other realities as they transpire. Everything is literally happening all at once. You can like I've lived full lifetimes, like that episode of Rick and Morty where they was in the dips and blips and chips, and they was playing that game called Roy. Whole life in a night. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Me, I study it so much. I can ask two questions and I can tell whether you done reincarnated or not, and and where you're pinging at in your consciousness, just like what he was saying, what station you're pinging at, because each one has a tune and a frequency. So, like,
factual,
say again.
factual. I'm agreeing with you.
Right. So, like, I wish Shorty didn't drop the just drop because I would have asked you a question and I would have asked her a question, and I guarantee you I would have picked two different answers. with the described
So what